Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Gus, we're here. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome back. Yeah. Hello, people. It's been a minute. Sorry, I just don't. That was weird. I got like an onset of like a headache very suddenly. That's really weird. That doesn't feel right. Oh well, I'm sure it's fine. But if I get a migraine suddenly, I'll end stream. Sorry, but yeah, I should be alright. Anyway, good morning. Not a great start to stream. Interesting. Hello. Okay. Good morning. I'm sorry. There's like I'm very confused right now, and I don't know why. I had so many things to talk about, and I don't know where to start. I'm a little bit thrown off by it. Where was I gonna start? I suppose I should start. You know where I'll start. I'll start by talking about the computer. Because that was the big thing that obviously kind of happened on Monday. If you weren't here, my stream suddenly cut out very abruptly. I didn't really get much warning about it. I don't know how long into me chatting it did it. But I got the sound like an audible notification from my OBS, which is the platform that I stream on. I got an OBS notification saying that the my Twitch stream key, which I don't use one, it wasn't valid anymore, which is really weird to me because on top of the fact that like I don't think I use a stream key, I think I use a direct connection. I don't know how to explain it. I just know that it's one the other way that you're supposed to connect to your streams. Anyway, so I was very confused. And then on top of that, I was like, why would it suddenly be invalid while I'm in the middle of streaming? Why would it suddenly change? I haven't done anything. And I was really confused for ages. And I thought it would just like kick back in, but it had completely ended the stream. Like everyone I could see everyone in chat still, and everyone's like, oh, I guess like that's it then. I don't actually know what happened. I don't know if it just lost connection, because usually it says when it loses connection. Usually I get a bit more of a notification. Usually says something. I didn't get anything. So I didn't get any warning, and it just cut out completely. And basically I was like, that's weird. Tried to restart the stream. Sure enough, it wasn't working. And that's when I noticed that nothing was working. Weirdly, like my chat was still loading, so I was like a bit confused about that. So my automatic thing was like, I'll just restart my computer. Probably something's just happened. Like I tried reopening OBS, it wasn't that, so I restarted my computer. And that's when I found out that my Wi-Fi wasn't working, and I was like, great, that's just what I need. There was no reason it should have stopped working. I was very confused. But to be honest, I have so many issues with the Wi-Fi. As many of you know, if you've been here a long time, you'll know that we struggled with the Wi-Fi for a very long time. It's only recently that we've kind of started to stabilize it a bit. But I don't know, I don't remember if like anyone caught it, but throughout the stream I was saying like my Wi-Fi is really dropping out, and I didn't know why. Like my stream signal was my kilobytes per second was really dropping, like it was in the red like majority of the stream, and I didn't know why, because everyone said it was still on sync. There wasn't very much buffering, so there was no reason why it should say that I was having problems. And then so basically then the other problem was that my computer the night before had a Windows update. And if you didn't know, I'm still on Windows 10. My computer does not support Windows 11 and likely won't. Yes, I'm very aware that there is a way around it. I'm not fucking changing it. Do I look like I care? So realistically, like, I'm on Windows 10. So I'd had a Windows update for that. And then I wondered if it was that, because it wouldn't be the first time that I've had a Windows update and it's not the Wi-Fi out on my computer. Because another thing I should add to this is that I'm using a Wi-Fi card. I don't know what the technical term for them is, but I've been told it's a Wi-Fi card. Basically, most people who stream, as far as I'm aware, use some sort of Ethernet cable. There's usually some type of like physical connection. What mine is on a card, like a chip card, that's plugged directly into my motherboard with antennas out the back of the computer. So it's a physical thing, and it has been the most problematic piece of equipment I've ever used since the day I got my PC. It has been abundantly hard to use. It constantly has problems. Do I recommend them? No. Do I wish it would fucking work? Yes. But I don't get why it doesn't, and I was so confused why it didn't want to work. So this was the big problem I was having, was that something wasn't right with my Wi-Fi. And usually when it's to do with the Windows update, it usually comes in with a secondary update that usually fixes the problem. It wasn't doing that. I checked, because weirdly, for some reason, despite the fact that I had no Wi-Fi, it could still check that I had no Windows update. Not sure what that's about. Anyway, I didn't have a Windows update, so I couldn't update anything on that end. So my next protocol was to uninstall and reinstall the Wi-Fi drivers. And I did that a total of 3 times in various different ways. And each time, obviously, the Wi-Fi was reinstalled when I restarted my PC. And it still did not work. What would happen is the computer would actually, like, register it would register the card, like it was registering the Wi-Fi on the card. So it would say like, oh, your what do you call them, Wi-Fi servers, I don't know, but like, you know, when you look on your Wi-Fi thing, it comes up with a name, your Wi-Fi name, random assorted name, like is connected and secured, and it would say that, but nothing would load. So I'd load, like, every time I turned on the computer, obviously Discord would try and start, and it kept saying it was checking for updates, but obviously it wasn't connected to the internet, so it never could. Occasionally it would say retrying in so many seconds, and it would keep doing that, and I had real trouble with that. OBS wasn't working. OBS wasn't registering Twitch at all. And every time I tried to open Google, it wouldn't load. It would sometimes load the like Edge screen, but it wouldn't load any like applications. It wouldn't load YouTube. It wouldn't load Twitch. It wouldn't load like just regular Google. Nothing would work. So obviously at this point, I'm running out of options. I've pretty much done everything that in the past has worked. And I had to call people. I literally said, I managed to get on my phone, because for some reason the Wi-Fi was still connecting to my phone, so it was a computer issue. It wasn't my phone. It wasn't my Wi-Fi. I had restarted the Wi-Fi as well. I did try that on both ends. It wasn't working. So in the end, I said in the chat on my phone, I went on my phone and went on the Twitch app, and I texted everyone. I was like, look, I'm going to continue this conversation over on Discord if anyone's interested. Sure enough, most people didn't come over, but like a few of you did, and thank you very much. But yes, what ended up happening was I basically said to everyone on my phone, because I couldn't connect on my computer, I basically said that, you know, it's not working. There's nothing, like, it's not connecting. I don't really know what to do at this point. And realistically, I was accepting the fact that my computer was broken. It's been kind of a waiting game about whether or not the computer's going to give out. And it's been it's not even that old of a PC. It's past its lifespan, definitely, but it still functions for the most part, so realistically it's fine. I know that for streaming, my computer runs on half the speed most people's do, but it still functions. It can still do everything. So realistically, it's not been a priority of mine to replace it. I know we've had lots of conversations about me getting a new PC because, as you may know, VR chat is a big part of like the community. Like Mina's a big part of VR chat. Something that we want to do is obviously we want to do like me VR streaming. That's something we've talked about. The issue is that both the 3.0 like ports on my computer don't work with the extension cord. So I got to get a new one to see if it is just the cord or if it's like the computer ports, which if it's the computer ports, I need a whole new computer. So, going back to the computer, the Wi-Fi issue. Basically, I said to everyone on the Discord call, it's not working. I'm going to have to end stream there. That's the end of it. I don't know what's going to happen on Thursday. Realistically, I should have it fixed by then. And keep in mind, at this point, I hadn't really got going with very much. Like, I was still trying, like, the early stages of, you know, fail-safing and stuff. So, like, an hour later, I'm getting nothing. Nothing's working. I've tried so many different things. At this point, it's just not working. Like, it's registering the Wi-Fi. It can name the Wi-Fi. It attempts to connect to the Wi-Fi. It says it's connected to the Wi-Fi. Troubleshooter isn't finding anything. It found one thing, and I let it fix that. Came back on. It still wasn't working. So at this point, I ran out of time. I had other shit to do. I had to give up, which was a shame because it also meant that my VODs didn't go up because I had not prepared them ahead of time. And to anyone that does care about the VODs going up, they won't go up till next week now. I will not be posting them until next week just to keep them in order, but it just means that you guys will get 2 VODs at a time next week. So the other issue is like, it was just not working. I couldn't get it to work. Had to give up in the end. And then, which day was it? Not yesterday. It was the day before, Tuesday. So Tuesday, we try again. It had to get put off till Tuesday. So Tuesday, I try to get the Wi-Fi working again. I give it a go. Still not connecting. And at this point, I'm starting to get a bit worried because the main issue of my PC not working is it kind of puts a big grinding halt on other things. One of the big things is obviously we've been looking at getting a new PC. I can't do any fucking thing on my phone because, as many of you know, most websites on a mobile are absolutely littered with fucking ads and stuff. I cannot cope with that much visual input, and my phone does not cope with it either. So for me, it was like, oh my god, if I have to get a new computer on a phone, it's not going to be what I want. I don't have the capability to just scroll and like look at like things individually and like compare things. I was just not really happy about the fact that I was going to have to do this on a phone. The other option was replacing the Wi-Fi card. I don't know how much I need to replace the Wi-Fi card because obviously like when I move we'll have a dual PC set up. The thing with the dual PC setup, I don't know if I need both computers to have some sort of connection to the Wi-Fi or if the like cable will do it for me. I haven't looked into it, to be honest. It's kind of only been a recent thing that I've accepted that's what I'm going to do. So realistically, I was like, I'm probably just going to have to replace the card, but I was also on the fence because I was like, what's the point of replacing the card if like I may as well just save the money and replace the whole thing, like, you know, kind of now. And I will be honest, this has pushed me to kind of be like, okay, I need to set out a time frame in which we need to replace the computer. The issue is obviously I don't have any space to store the old one until we move. So Tuesday rolls around. I'm trying. It's not working. It's still not connecting. I thought maybe like overnight it being like turned off would maybe get it to work. So still wasn't connecting. At this point, I'm beginning to just accept defeat. And then I try one thing that I didn't try. And that was unscrewing and rescrewing the fucking antennae on the back of the fucking PC that connect to the Wi-Fi card. And sure fucking enough, the fucking thing worked. At that point, the fucking card kicked in. It was not loose. I would like to really stress, the antennae was not loose. It was not like, it was like quite happily in place, like it was tight on there. They don't sit very well on the card for some reason, but it was on there, like it was functionally on there. What I can only assume happened was my bed is right, like I'm facing my computer now, right? It's in front of me. On the other side of the computer monitors is my bed. On my bed, because I'm a fucking girl, I got loads of stuffies, and what happens occasionally is they start migrating down to the bottom of the bed, they fall off. What had happened, I think, is over time, these stuffies just falling off the bed, blankets falling off the bed, you know, various, like, things, I don't know, things just getting knocked. Basically, I think what happened was over time, these stuffies had knocked my card a bit loose, and it maybe wasn't registering, which I was like, thank God it was just the antennae, because God, could you imagine how dangerous it would have been if my card was the thing that was loose? This is foreshadowing. So the next day, I'm sat here on my own. I'm just chilling, watching loads of YouTube stuff, and the Wi-Fi keeps cutting out. So I'm like I'm gonna pre-warn, it might happen on stream today. I haven't managed to test it in time, so we'll see. It's looking pretty stable right now, but basically it was still being difficult, and every time it would like cut out, I'd go to the back of the computer, I'd just retighten those antennae and just see if that worked. Sure enough, it would reconnect, it wouldn't be a problem. And then one time towards the end, it really wasn't connecting, and I pushed the card slightly with my finger, because the back of it like sticks out the PC slightly, like obviously like with most computer parts they do. And I noticed the plate was not sitting right, because it really moved. It moved quite a bit. I was like a little bit shocked, because I was like, damn, I spoke too soon. Literally, the card was not in properly at all. I almost fucking caused a house fire. My entire computer, we might not have had a secondary computer for like that dual PC setup. I very almost short-circuited my computer. I don't know the technicalities behind this. I don't know how risky that was. I'm just shocked that it was still functional, and it didn't like short-circuit the first time I poked the card in. Not really sure what was going on there. So ultimately, I did something I haven't done in a long time. I used to this is a bit of a bad confession. I used to clean my computer like a shit ton. Like every couple of weeks, I would take the whole thing apart, dust it down, you know, give it a good like wipe down on the glass and stuff, and then put it back and then replug everything in. I would do that quite consistently just to maintain the care of it. I don't have the room to do that anymore. I barely have enough room to breathe at the minute. So I'll be honest, it's been neglected. Not the safest, obviously, like too much dust is a fire hazard. My room is particularly dusty at the minute. And as many of you guys know, I've been having a very recent mold kind of infestation. Not really sure where it's come from. I still haven't quite sorted that. I'm getting on it. Because one of the things I noticed, which after I fucking struggled for like half an hour to get my computer out from under my desk in the awkward angle it's in, and I was dusting it, I noticed at the top of it there was a patch of very fluffy looking dust at the very top of my computer, which to me would signify mold. So there is a high chance that my computer has mold in it. which is like, I'm actually like a bit distraught about that because the mold is starting to. It's bothering me as it is because my room's, although like my room's dusty, it's pretty well ventilated. So the mold is coming from like an exterior like weakness. Likely the beams on the top of the house, the guttering isn't very strong. It needs replacing. My dad does not want to deal with it. So the mold's been a recent thing, but it's been very aggressive. So it's like it's just kind of getting to that point where I was like, I literally joked about it to people on the Discord call. I was like, there's a chance there's mold in it. Because, like, I was like, my radiator isn't working the best. It's not getting the right heat. So, realistically, I'm like, it might not be the best, like, environment for it. Realistically, it's just looking like it might be in worse wear than I thought. Does that mean I'm gonna buy a new computer this week? No. I'm not getting a new computer for a minute. I've got my insurance payout is coming up at the end of the week. Another thing is that I've got to get my bike's MOT at some point in the next couple of weeks. I'm running out of time with that. That's going to be a huge cost. So realistically, it's got to be put off until I'm sure how much I've got. Another thing is obviously we're still in kind of talks about the house situation. Yes, I don't. No, I don't have an update about the house situation. We're still awaiting a response. My soon-to-be roommate has contacted the mortgage advisor from his end, and they have still not responded. So we're just waiting on that. But I'm sure once they get talking, like we should have a bit more of an answer. It's important as well to know kind of going into, because I need to know now if I need to go and see a mortgage broker or if I like have pretty good standing with Halifax. I won't know. Realistically, I think I'm going to have to go to a mortgage broker anyway, but I need to be able to go to them and go, look, it can be me on my own, but it can also be me and my roommate. Or if I need to go, fucking hell, or if I need to go to the mortgage broker and say, it's just me, and I need you to find an option with that. Another thing is, like, it's a first time home. Halifax is considered the best in the UK, but from what I've heard of other people, they will not let you very much. So I'm kind of like, I'm not really sure how much of my situation is changeable, but we'll see. We'll see what we can do. So that's the update on that. I'm just waiting. Yeah. Do I have any other topics to talk about? Not really. I don't really remember what I even talked about on Monday because, like, my conversations got cut so short. Part of me kind of wants to play Stardew because I didn't really get very far with it. It might make more sense. Hmm. You know what? Yeah. I'm glad it's fine. Do I? Okay. Right. I'm gonna do Stardew Valley instead. The reason being is obviously I think we got like 2 days into it when I was playing on Monday. Did not get very far. So I want to kind of make up for that. Usually I'd just ditch it and go like, oh, we'll just do it next Monday. But honestly, like, I'm a bit, you know, a bit reluctant because I want to kind of get on with the fucking community center because I want to play something else. Has stream even been notified? If you're here in chat, say hello. Oh, I did notify. Oh, I didn't do it very soon. Why is everything so delayed? Am I on the right Wi-Fi? I think so. Who knows? Everything's very loud at the minute. I just don't think many people are for anything. Anyway, I had conversations to have today, and it mostly revolves around movies. It's my current thing, is to talk about it. And I will. The music's so overwhelming. I'm so sorry. I get so distracted. The movie's just like so constant, and I'm just like, ugh. I can't. What am I looking at? There's so much here. Yeah, so what happened was obviously the stream went out when we were halfway through the day before. I ended up just saving the game and just going to bed. Like, going to bed and saving the game and then just, like, trying to get the stream back online. Little did I know, I thought it would just, like, take a few minutes of me doing it. Sure enough, it never came back. Never came back, so that was fun. I was not too impressed about that one. Thanks Wi-Fi. I hate you. We didn't get very far because I needed to find shit and I didn't, and I'm annoyed about it. I got to upgrade my shed, didn't I? Yeah. And then... yeah, I should be good. Wait, do I not have any coal? Cool. So the main thing I want to talk about today is movies, because I'm in kind of like, right, so I don't know if I've mentioned it, right? I have a Letterboxd. If you don't know what that is, Letterboxd is basically just one of those review apps for like movies. Kind of like IMDb and Google Play reviews, but it's more just like people just adding to a collection of things they've watched. There's various ways you can do it on the app. Most people do like a diary format. Most people do actual like reviews. Me, I don't do any of that. I just go, I've watched this and I gave it this many stars and that's it. I don't usually put any commentary on it. One of the things that was on it, the reason I don't talk about it, right? The reason I don't really discuss it on streams is because despite the fact that I have it, it's not in my username. It's in a really old username that I used consistently at the time, which I thought was going to be my long time name. Not really sure. I think the reason... I'm not going to talk about it, but the reason I don't really mention the name is because the reason I changed it was I noticed that American users, because obviously I used to watch a lot of Twitch back then, so one of the things that I would do was I talk to people, and Americans, it had the letter Z, like Z in it. So despite the fact that it was like a Z, most people called it a Z. And that wasn't how it was supposed to be pronounced. So I changed it. It also didn't really fit because it it was like it was a product of the times. We'll just say that. I don't want to use it because there are still active accounts with that username. But the main thing with it is that it's my old username. So the reason I've not talked about my letterbox on stream is because it's just not it's not what's the word? It's not in a username that I'm willing to share with you guys. So one of the things I was thinking was I was going to make a new one and just like transfer all my old, like all my watch stuff and just do all the reviews and go through it and just like get rid of the old one and send you guys over to that one and make that one my main use one. Because I use it on the mobile app. I didn't think there was any way to change your username, and then I looked it up this morning and apparently you can. So you just have to do it on desktop. So I will probably be changing it. I don't know if anyone would be interested in that. But if anyone is, let me know, because I would 100% do it. I'm probably going to do it anyway. I'm probably going to change the username to my current username. Because I will say as well, that username is so fucking old. It hasn't been that like my account has not been that username in like, how old am I? Okay, about almost it's not been my username for about 5 years, we'll say that. So I have like 2 usernames I kind of use consistently now. Obviously the JasperWackx one is the main one. The other one, it's not mentionable because I still use it, but like it's the old username, and it's the one I kind of use as more of a, what do you call it, like a, I don't know. Hi moth, welcome your innocent friend. I am not a moth, but hi. Welcome, welcome, good to see you. I hope you're having a good day today. I'm just chatting shit as usual. I'm also trying to thin out my fucking forest a bit. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, so letterbox. So, I'm not really sure how I'm gonna do it. I think I need to kind of I need to think about making a, is it called a link tree? Where you, like, have multiple different accounts, like, all in one place for people to just go and pick and choose from. I'm probably gonna get one of those because I'm noticing there's quite a few like accounts that I have, and not all the websites I'm on allow more than like 4 or 5 like separate accounts, like social media handles, if that makes sense. Good morning, Seek. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, 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 welcome. Good morning. All 7 minutes left of it. Hey, listen. Still the morning. You look like a moth, or maybe it's not a moth. What's your character based on? I'm a Wuppletinger. I'm not based on anything. I am a Wuppletinger. Which is, if you don't know what a Wuppletinger is, yes, I'm pretty sure it is the same as the one from World of Warcraft. I don't know, I've never played it. But I'm pretty sure it's the same creature, but I'm going off the original kind of folklore fantasy creature. Basically, if you don't know what a Wuppletinger is, it's like a jackalope, but like with DLC on it. If that makes sense. It's basically a jackalope, but like it's got all the fancy DLC, if that makes any sense. Christ. Oh, that. Now I remember you look like that. Yeah, yeah. So Whoa. How many mushrooms I got? Okay, don't eat the mushrooms, they're toxic. Yeah, so a Wuppltinger. Yes, I'm pretty sure it's German in origin as well. It's a good creature. I like it. So I was originally gonna be a jackalope. Well, originally I was supposed to be a werewolf, and then I didn't really like the design I came up with, so I changed it, and I went with. I was considering a jackalope for a bit, but there were quite a few other like jackalope VTubers. Not that there's any problem with, you know, more than one jackalope. I just didn't think it was really gonna make me stand out any more or less. Not that I really care about standing out, I'll be honest. But it was something to think about, kind of thing. The thing with it was that at the time I was really obsessed with jackalopes, and so I was like, why not be a jackalope? So that's what I did. I became not a Wuppltinger, not a jackalope, sorry. Why not become a Wuppltinger? So I did. I became a Wuppltinger. Sorry if I just ruined the lore for you. Some people like hearing about it, some people don't. I don't really know. Yeah. Thanks, your featheriness. How you doing? I'm doing good. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm talking about films mostly today because I got a lot to get off my chest about films. It's been my, like, current topic of, like, chatting today. And by that, I mean, obviously, I've been to work this morning, and it's all I've talked about all day. And the main thing is that, obviously, for a bit of context, I work with the guy that's going to be my roommate. Yeah, I work with him. So one of the things we've kind of talked about is we're both really into films. We hang out all the time and we watch films together, right? So the big thing with that is, he's a big horror film fanatic. I cannot watch E.T. So so the thing is I'm constantly like, I have morbid curiosity, right? Don't want to watch a horror film. Not really something I'm into, not really something I feel the need to watch. But I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious, and I think this comes down to the, like, not really understanding why people want to watch stuff that's, like, scares them. But also just being massively, like, engrossed and curious about it. I guess I don't know. Welcome, Loki. Good to see you. Good to see you. Sup, pumpkin. Sup yourself. Why is your username's changed? What's going on there? Okay. I'm always like this. What do you mean? Okay. I thought it was longer, that's all. Yeah, that sounds like like fun, slightest hint of horror, and she gets the jitters and curses. Oh, fan. Dutch lass. Got ya. Yeah, I literally, like, so for a bit of context, I think if you were there for my original streams, you'll know about this. If you weren't, it's not a problem. I also talked about it on our 1 year anniversary stream. The thing with me and horror, the thing with me and media in general, right? I grew up with an intense hatred and phobia of pretty much anything that I thought as a kid looked and sounded human. So this was, I don't know if this is like early signs of autism potentially, but we won't know that for a minute. Oh, hello. We won't know about it for a while. Anyway, so one of the things that has come in with that is a phobia of puppets and monkeys as well. So the monkeys comes from a thing called the night monkeys. I talked about it briefly on that what was it, collab the other week. But like the main thing, Jesus Christ, the main thing is obviously my fear of puppets. And don't ask me where it came from. Don't ask me why. Like, I think my main, like, because sometimes I could watch stuff like that. Like, I grew up on Fraggle Rock. I could watch that, no problem. I could watch. Why do they look like they're awake? Can I milk them like this? Oh, I can. Okay, interesting. So I could watch some puppet movies, but for the most part, I really struggled with it. I watched Fantastic Mr. Fox when I was a bit older, but like it still unsettled me a bit. Loved that film. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed watching it, but I remember just there was still this sort of primal instinct I seemed to have, where it just like kind of psychologically unnerved me and upset me. And the truth is that puppets just do that to me. So anything puppet related tends to cause that issue. So horror movies are not something I really dabbled in too much. Anything with puppets is gonna cause that just phobia. It's not even a phobia. I'm not scared of puppets per se, but it's like I just don't like the thought of them. I don't know if that considers it a phobia. I've also got a lot of things that kind of trigger me in media. One thing that I use a lot is a website called Does the Dog Die, which, fun story, I didn't know about until my ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend, who's causing me a lot of problems at the minute, she recommended it to me. And I'm not gonna lie, it has been a lifesaver, which was super cool of her. That's a story that we will talk about eventually, but like the main thing with it, right, is with the Does the Dog Die, if you have certain sensitivities or certain trigger responses to certain certain media kind of triggers, like if you're the best way I can describe it's like if you're having substance triggers, like watching media with substance abuse in it, if that triggers you, they've got trigger recommendations for that. If you've got like mental health triggers, it basically what it does is it takes most forms of media, so video games, movies, I don't know what else. I think some YouTube videos. I'm not sure. I haven't really gone in depth on it in anything other than movies and TV shows. So the thing with Does the Dog Die is people, just the general public, go through, they watch movies in the cinema and then they go on Does the Dog Die, and they can then tick or deny, like yes or no, to triggers, pre-selected triggers, and say if the movie has it or not. And if it does, they specify the details of it, because some people like myself, some things can be triggering, but like there are some instances where it's fine, kind of thing. It depends on the severity and stuff. So there's usually some sort of description. Basically, the short answer is that anything that is a 15 or above in UK media scoring, I don't know what that translates to in other countries, I don't know. But basically anything above a 12 I have to spoil for myself. Which does suck to some extent, but at the same time, like, it's not massively spoiling it in the sense, like, I'll never be able to watch it without, like, the plot is ruined for me, this, that, and the other. It's just spoiling, like, the intense bits that they'd probably hype up in the movie, like, to be like, oh my god, this is horrible. Like, it's spoiling that stuff for me because I don't like witnessing a lot of it. There's certain media triggers. Basically, when you get a DVD or a Blu-ray, on the case, it usually has that age rating with the back saying why it's got that age rating. So, like, it contains nudity, contains swearing, contains alcohol or substance abuse. It usually has that. a lot of the time that isn't enough for people. So those guidances tend to only be relevant to parents, in my experience, that are a bit concerned about their children watching stuff. So it's like, it's a bit of a hard one. As I'm starting to get older and dabbling into more variations of media in my film and stuff, those triggers are really, they're not helpful. An example I could give of this is that I watched Hitman the other day. If you've never seen this, I am gonna spoil part of it for you. But Hitman was, I was not prepared for it. Did I like it? The film was great. To be honest, had I read the triggers, I might not necessarily have watched it. And would I watch it again now that I have seen it? Probably. But the realistic part of it is the back. I only went off the back. So the backs, obviously this is also an old film. This is the older version. This is a new re-release. The old film, it literally, I think all it says, I've got the DVD somewhere and I can't be bothered to find it, but it basically just says cursing and violence. I don't think it really goes into detail other than that. That film had nudity. Like, a lady's tits was out, like, for the majority of the film. It also had a lot of gore, like, quite a lot of excessive gore. Like, literally, like, people got their arms chopped off. Several people got shot in the arms, in the legs, like, quite graphically as well. The other part is that although there weren't any explicit sex scenes, there was literally, and I will give a trigger warning, I'm going to be talking about sexual abuse right now, there was literally an entire scene, right, where straight up, like, this woman is getting, like, publicly whipped by her so-called boyfriend, who wasn't her boyfriend. He'd actually paid for her. Literally getting whipped by him in front of a bunch of people while she was completely naked. And you saw the whole thing. I was not prepared for that. That is the kind of thing that really should have been on a warning. Like, that was like, I was sat there watching this like, oh my god, if this goes on for much longer, I don't think I can watch this. And fortunately it was not over as quickly as I'd like, but at that point I was quite far into the movie and I wasn't really too big on giving up, so I just kept watching, and the rest of the movie was fine. I liked it a lot. Obviously Hitman's a game, it's quite a good game. So for me it was like, it was fine, but realistically that's the sort of thing that you need a trigger warning for. I don't know how relevant the age rating is now either. I don't know if by today's media standards if it would be considered a 15, because it's a 15. I don't know if by today's media standards it would be considered a 15. I personally would rate it an 18, but I would say maybe a 15, but with more harsh warnings, because it literally had 2 lines of warnings, and I was like, that's not right. Like, I literally, once the movie was over, because I watched it with my friend, once the movie was over, I looked on the back, I was like, what the fuck? There's literally 2 warnings on here about what the contents is, and it's not even close to what the, like, actual problematic bits are. It really annoyed me. Anyway, sorry, I'm not reading chat. I'm always, I don't dislike puppets, just keep them away from me, lol. Yeah, that's it. Like, I think it's not so much I hate puppets, because there are some I can cope with. It's more that as a child, more so as an adult, I'm alright with it. Would I necessarily watch The Dark Crystal? Maybe. I've seen it. I've seen bits of it. Obviously, The Odd Ones Out did a video on it. I have watched that. But, like, it's like, would I optionally go out of my way to watch it? Probably not. But, like, The Muppets scared me, which most people, when I tell them, are horrified, because they're like, what the fuck? The Muppets is such a family-friendly thing. The other issue is that growing up, I have a very torturous memory of my mother brushing my hair. Keep in mind, I had really long, fine hair, and I've got tender scalp. So, like, brushing hair or pulling my hair or touching my hair kind of makes my head hurt. So she was brushing my hair. I've got sensitivity issues. Basically, she was brushing my hair in front of the TV in the morning before school, as she normally would on every day. At this point, we changed over TV channel providers, so the kids' channels were once again very limited to me. One of the things they decided to show on TV bright and early, and my mum literally put it on because she grew up with this show when she was younger, so she was like, oh, like, you guys can watch what I watched growing up. She put on Over the Rainbow, and if you don't know what that is, Over the Rainbow has one specific character in it, and I'm sorry if anyone else struggles to look at this character because I'm going to talk about it, but Zippy, if anyone else knows, they know. Zippy is the most horrifying thing to look at in the whole fucking world, and I'm like, stood there, like, absolutely petrified. I have a phobia of puppets, like, already. I think this is a lot of where the trauma comes from, but I think it was already a problem because, as I said before, it was monkeys and puppets. It was basically anything that moved and talked like a human, but wasn't a human. Animated stuff I could get away with. Animated stuff I was very aware that that wasn't real. But when it was, like, videography of an actual thing moving, I couldn't do it. It was like, I didn't like it. So never seen Planets of the Apes. I've also never seen, I've not seen most Muppets media in general. I've kind of avoided it. Over the Rainbow, anytime I see anything to do with it in, like, a shop window, I literally walk as fast as I can away from it. But I could watch Fraggle Rock. I grew up on Fraggle Rock. I quite enjoyed Fraggle Rock, but would I don't know why I could do that and I couldn't do the Muppets, because the Muppets I really couldn't. I think that's partially because the line kind of got blurred about which was what, and I think I just had a bit of a phase where I just associated everything with the same thing, and I already knew about Fraggle Rock before I got traumatized, so anyway, yeah, sorry. Parents happy that they got the house so cheap, meanwhile the doll at 3 a.m, literally straight up. I was literally talking to my friend about, is it The Conjuring or Annabelle? I think it was Annabelle. The storyline behind that is obviously based on a real doll, which I've been told is, like, a specific doll. I can't remember the name of it. It's a real doll, and I said, honestly, because he said, like, that film is not scary. But I was like, honestly, I wonder if they used the original doll or, like, a look-alike to that, something that looks similar, if people would be more unnerved by that. And he was like, probably not. So let me know what your guys' thoughts are on that. I've never seen it. Would I ever see it? Probably not. But yeah. Oh, like, reviews, genre trigger warnings. Yeah, that kind of stuff. So, does the dog die basically goes into, like, the specifics of it. It tends to go into, like, very graphic detail about what is to come, which is important for people like me that kind of need a description of the severity of things, because sometimes I can watch it, like with the puppet stuff, I can sometimes watch it, but it's very specific, and I'm more likely to be able to watch something if I know ahead of time, so I know what to expect. I know that there's going to be something horrific. That being said, and it's a bit of a confession I'm going to make, that being said, there is a certain type of thing that gets put into media sometimes that I'm not okay with. I'm fully aware that a lot of the time it's used to kind of progress stories. I'm not, like, debating the use of it. However, I don't want to see it. And one of those things is a word that I don't think I can use on any social media platform. And it rhymes with the thing that you make wine out of. So you probably know what I'm referring to there. I am not going to say it, and if you say it in chat, I will probably remove it, but I'm just saying, like, it's that level. I can't cope with that in media. My best example is that, we'll say BDSM though, the BDSM scene in Pulp Fiction, literally, I didn't sleep for a week after I watched that film. And I tell people that, and I get the absolute piss taken out of me. It's really sad because it's like, it was a really good movie. I really did enjoy it, but that scene, I'd literally been pre-warned about that scene, and I still didn't sleep well afterwards. There was no reason why I should have not coped with that scene. I think there is, like, an inherent phobia of that. I don't know. I've not really analysed it, nor do I really want to, because I don't think it's a bad thing that I'm massively afraid of that. But visually, I didn't want to see it, and it really ruined the movie for me. it's a shame, because would I go back and watch Pulp Fiction now? Probably, but I think I'd still be scared that scene would happen. Even skipping past it, I'd be nervous about, like, seeing even just a glimpse of it and just getting the flashback of the fact that I watched it through my fingers. So, because of that, I'm very limited in media, and this is why I need trigger warnings, because oftentimes they don't state when that's presented in media. So I've been warned about certain films I can't watch. Obviously, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is a big one that I can't watch. Shawshank Redemption is another one that I'm not going to be able to watch ever. No, I haven't seen it. No, from the description, everyone I'm around is so much older than me, and they love that film. They keep recommending it, and I'm just like, I can't watch it. And then I have the awkward thing of having to tell them about Pulp Fiction. But yeah. Right, what was I reading? Excuse me, what? Yeah. I see you remember that specific part, lol. Yeah, I had to deal with Teletubbies at 6 a.m. when I was 14. Yeah, padlock, that's it. But yeah, literally. God, that making me think of Child's Play. What's Child's Play? I suppose everyone's in an ad break now, but yeah, it was a rough one. It was a rough one growing up. I'm not gonna lie. It was a bit of a hard one, kind of trying to navigate the world with shit like that going on, you know. It's explaining stuff is, yeah. It's a movie about it's a movie series about killer dolls, Chucky. Oh. No, I would, no, never, absolutely not. I literally had a conversation today with Paul, who's going to be my roommate. I literally said to him, I was like, be honest with me, because he's a horror film fanatic, I was like, be honest with me, do you have a Chucky doll? Because we need to have a conversation, and you're probably not going to like what I have to say about it. If you do. And he's like, I don't, those things are expensive. And I was like, good, because I would have to tell you that you're never allowed to put it up in the house. And sure enough, they don't. And they were fine with that. They completely understand, because they also kind of know about my kind of deep-seated phobia of things that move and sound human. Good night, honey. Aw. But yeah. They cost you your life or your room. Yeah, straight up. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, it's not a nice thing. It's like, I could go, like, this is, well, we're gonna go into detail because I'm gonna talk about this like for hours now, but like, films are a bit of a rough one for me. I also have, like, I had film trauma up until like recent years, just because of like previous relationships. I used to date 2 different film students. Watching films wasn't fun. I'm gonna be honest. Watching films was not fun. It was usually artsy films. Occasionally you got like some stellar ones, but it was like the rough part of just, I think most people need to fiddle with something now while they're watching something. Usually when I'm watching YouTube or watching other people's streams or watching a movie myself, I'm usually doing something with my hands. Like, I'm usually drawing, or I'm usually making something, or I'm usually like, I'll be honest, sometimes when I'm sat at my desk, I'm usually picking up my skin. It's not a great habit, but like, realistically, it's, you know, we've talked about this. But the issue with that is, I should probably have given a trigger warning for that. I'm so sorry. But the issue with being a film student is that you can't just sit and fiddle and look on your phone and distract yourself while watching a movie with them. The awkward part was that usually when it's usually this first boyfriend, and I'm probably going to talk about this in a future thing. But when I would watch films with this specific person, who's the same person that's causing me problems now, their literal thing was to take my phone off me so I couldn't look at it. And this caused a lot of fights. But the main reason it caused a fight was because usually we'd watch it the day after I slept over. Usually on that day, I'd be going home. So my mother would usually be texting me, because I was not very old at the time. So it was like, my mother would usually be texting me, asking me what time I needed picking up. whether or not I was eating, like what was the plan, and I could hear my phone going off and I could not reply. I wasn't allowed. And this was a really big like problem, and this was like a problem amongst other things, but because of that it caused me a lot of issues with watching films. The cinema's another one. It's that it caused me like a phobia of feeling trapped while watching movies. Like if something scary happened, and this comes back to the Pulp Fiction issue because it was the same partner. It felt like if something horrible happened on screen while I was like trapped, basically, I wouldn't be able to get away from it. And that caused a lot of anxiety at the time as well. I didn't know about Does the Dog Die, which is the website. I didn't have that option. So it was like, it became a massive, I don't want to watch films. I don't want to watch any new films. And for a long time, I didn't. I literally, like, I don't think I watched a new film for about I think it was almost a year after we broke up that I think it was about a year after we broke up that I didn't watch a single new film. I'm not sure. It really caused problems. I don't think I went to a cinema for about 2 or 3 years, but that was partially the pandemic that did that. Dude, how did cinemas stay in business after that? But yeah, it was a rough one. Movies became such a hassle, and they're still such a hassle now, but you know, I found ways around it, found ways to cope with it. I literally, this year, I've probably watched more new films in the last few months than I have in my entire life. And it's been wonderful. It's been great. Some of them are a miss, I will say. Some of them are a miss, some of them are a hit. It's great. I'm going to listen to some jazz music and finalize my medical reports today. What do you have planned? Kissing you. Hey. But yeah, in terms of the media issue, it's like, it caused massive anxiety with that. I can't remember where I was going with this. So I couldn't watch movies for a long time after that. But now I can, so I'm making the most of it. I literally do not remember a single thing I was supposed to be saying. God damn it. Okay, I've got those. Okay, I can get rid of those then. Am I okay? What's going on? There we go. Alright. Cool. 14-year gap between me and my older bros. When I was 5, I watched Aliens, lol. Yeah, that's another thing. I was never desensitized to stuff like that. I never really had the desensitization period. Wasn't great. Don't recommend it. This is why I'm hoping that, like, maybe a year or 2 from now, I'll be able to come on to stream and say, I watched, like, this many horror films recently, because at the minute, horror films are a big no-no. Like, I won't watch them. So, I'm hoping that this time next year I can come in and be like, yeah, I watched this horror film and I watched this horror film. I really like to, because I think I am missing out on quite a big part of media by not being able to watch it. Hello, sorry, I'm not good at writing letters. I made 1 metal bar today, too many, and I thought you might need it. Clint the blacksmith. Ah, so cute. Dear Jasper, thank you for purchasing a coop upgrade. In addition to doubling the capacity of your coop, I've taken the liberty of installing an incubator. To use the incubator, simply place an egg inside. If you have space left in your coop, the egg will hatch in several days. As always, thanks for your business. Cool. That's super nice of Clint. That's really useful. But yeah, no, I'm not really, I'm not a horror person, I don't think. I've watched some horror. This weekend I'm gonna be watching a film called The Village. I'm very excited about it. I usually steer into the more safe kind of horror films. I liked Split. I don't, as someone who at the time had a bit of a, I don't want to say a special interest, but I was doing a lot of research and like learning a lot about DID, or multiple personality disorder, if you catch my drift. Basically DID. Basically, it was a bit of a disappointing representation of what DID is, in my experience, and like my experience being like what I'd researched. I don't know. I've never really looked into it. It was a very bad representation. I'm just gonna say it like that. However, film-wise, the acting was superb. The film effects were really good. I thought they did a really good job with it. It was just unfortunate that the film was based on a real life condition that affects a lot of people. So it was a bit of a sad one. I've not seen the original one though. Is it Glass? I don't remember. Unbreakable. I don't know which one's which. I've seen the last one. I've never seen the first one. But yeah. But I was really interested in that. Look at how many... What is going on? I don't have enough hay to do this. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have enough hay. I don't produce enough hay. Do you know how hard hay is to come by? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have to buy a shit ton. This is ridiculous. I don't have that kind of money. Oh my god. Jeez, man. Anyway, so, Split's a horror film I've seen, because it is technically considered a horror film. It's considered a psychological thriller. From what I've been told, that's relevant. I don't know. I don't know the specifics of it. I'm really sorry if I'm offending people, but, I don't think I've really watched any other horror films. I'm not sure. I might have. I'd have to go through my letterbox. I don't know. I'm just curious to see if people would be interested in it. I don't know if that's something people are interested in. Oh, speaking of people being interested in things, I'm also considering what I'm gonna do at 150 followers. And that is cry, because something keeps making a noise outside my door and it's making me nervous. One of the things I'm thinking is... Too many here, god. One of the things I'm thinking is I'm considering doing like a Q&A of sorts, like maybe more in a video rather than a stream. I don't know if people would be interested in that. I'm just curious to see what people would ask. But I also understand if that's not something people want to ask about. I think it's something I might like start gathering questions for. And just see if like... See if there's like, you know, a demand for... I don't know if demand's the right word. If there are things people want to know. Like, I want to find out. Right, one of the big things I've got to think about doing in this playthrough is I need to actually remember to do the things that I'm walking towards before I walk back to my farm, because I literally can't remember what I decided to go to 5 seconds ago. God fucking damn it. Your typical anime protagonist would be asking for your 3 sizes. You mean like 3 sizes of what? Like t-shirt, jeans, and shoes? I mean, that's... I don't know if I want to say that on the internet. I mean, also, how relevant's it gonna be? Because like, realistically, my clothing size is not necessarily going to be the same as, like, I don't know. Bust, waist, and height. Welcome, Mono. Good to see you. I will, Mono, redeem drink dummy. I will drink to that. Thank you. Well, you all know my height. My height is, my height is 5'2". I'm not very tall. Yes, I'm technically 5'2.5", but I don't need the validation of that half an inch, regardless of the fact that that height was taken halfway through a day, and likely I'm probably more likely 5'3", but I don't need the validation, I'm sure. I don't need an inch to make me feel better about it. So, there you go. My waist size, I actually don't know. And my bust size, I also technically don't know. Like, I know what size I go for in bras, but not really, like, I don't know. We'll see. If that gets asked, if, like, someone genuinely asks me that, if I do the Q&A, because I think I will. If I do the Q&A and someone asks that, would I answer it? I'm not 100% sure. Waist size, maybe. Bust size, probably not appropriate. So, there's only so much you should share on the internet, after all, you know? Gotta keep you guessing. The answer is not very big. Waist size, I'm not sure, but bust size is not as big as you think. Sorry to ruin the fantasy. It's probably for the best that I don't actually say what my bust size is, because, like, genuinely, I think people would actually be disappointed. God damn it. Afternoon, Molly. It was a hypothetical question anyway. Yeah, hypothetically, how tall are you in scrambled eggs? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like, but I suppose that's the kind of stuff, like, I share a lot on the internet, and I'm just, like, always curious, like, do people, like, want to know? I don't know. Right. Oh, wait. How much was the duck? Oh, okay. A singular duck. Fella. Some of these names really... Some of these are a bit confusing. Tittos. Okay. Wait, no, I should call it Quack, shouldn't I? Like whack, but quack with an X, because I'm cool. I send little quacks over to your new home right away. Yay! Cool. But yeah, in terms of, like, I don't know, I'm just curious to see what people don't already know about me. Like, think about it hypothetically, what haven't I shared on the internet, you know? It's so cute! Oh! Why is it T-posing? Quack seems a little curious, but... A little curious, seems curious, but a little cautious. She's getting used to a new home. Oh, some things we don't need to know. It's not so much don't need to know, it's more that I think it would ruin the illusion if I told you. I'm a VTuber after all. I got these sweets, right? I'm eating them right now. Fucking taste like, right? They taste like... Did you ever have... I don't know. I don't know what the length of people's hairs are, but did anyone ever have that, like, no-tear, like, hairspray stuff that... For, like, detangling spray? Right? Did you ever have that as a kid? It tastes like that. It straight up tastes like that. It's kind of gross, I'm not gonna lie. Deforestation. I need to find out where I'm supposed to get truffles from because I'm very confused. Because all I'm getting are these kind of mushrooms, and everyone keeps saying to me, it's truffles, they're mushrooms. And I'm like, yeah, but like, they're not here. So where do I get them? You know? I don't know. I don't know. It spawns... What spawns is kind of random. To call... to quote the old man, anything more than fits in your hand is a bonus. No shit, no, if I had an over eager nan with a brush and a stern expression, lol. That's kind of shit that keeps you up at night, my friend. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know where to get the fucking truffles, I don't know. What the shit? Is this because I usually use these? I don't know. What am I supposed to be doing? I'm so confused. Right, crafting. How do I make that one? Okay, refined quartz. That one. And then it's one of those. Let's go. Cool. Okay, right. Then we'll put all that back in there. And then I'm gonna cry. Ask the wiki, thank you. The truffle is a type of mushroom that can only be spawned by an adult pig on the farm when the pig is outside the barn. Ugh. Great. That's not feasible. That's really not feasible. God damn it. I mean, maybe just I have to just hope that it's available on the traveling cart eventually. I don't know. We got a couple days before it shows up. You look exhausted, dear. Let me give you a massage tonight. I promise it will reduce the inflammation in your muscle tissue. Oh, he's so cute. Why do I feel like this is kind of sexual? I'm nervous. Alright. Very nice. Okay, thank you. Now we can go to bed. Let's go to bed. That's possible, yeah. It may also randomly appear on the traveling cart for 18752 I think that money thing depends on whether or not you have the right criteria to spawn it on your own. If you can spawn it on your own, obviously, then you're you can spawn it on your own. You're not going to be paying as much for it, but realistically, I'm not going to be able to. Thanks for not having an I was done, full stop. Thanks for not having an obsessive bot. Yeah, I don't strike people about the links, because do you know how many people try and send me just images and it sends through a link, and I'm just like, it's not even a bot, it's the Twitch auto thing. It's literally just, I've had to label block all links, because at first it was all the bots coming in and doing it, and then now it's more just people accidentally sending them. Not realizing, but that's what we have a Discord server for. I know you're not trying to send a link, but if you were trying to send a link, you would have to do it through the Discord server. They're not blocked on the Discord server. It's alright, I'd sort it anyway. Ban requests are available, no one's tried to use one yet. Good afternoon, Nat. Good to see you, good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have to go into the London today. Have a nice day, okay? Cute. Yeah, if I was worried about sending a link, I'd just do it directly. Yeah, this is what I mean. This is like why I'm on Discord and stuff. I posted on, what do you call it? Fucking... well, this is a good start. I posted on, Blue Sky the other day. So yeah. Realistically, guys, I hate to break the bad news to you. If you are following me on Twitter, the account will stay up. I will not gonna take the account down. But I'm probably not ever gonna post on there again, just based on their recent terms and conditions and stuff. I'm just not. I'm good, thank you. Here you go. I've almost done all the sprinklers. Let's go. Oh, fuck. I haven't been watering this. Oh my god, I've literally been collecting shit and then not watering anything. What the actual fuck is wrong with me? Good fucking lord. No wonder nothing's been growing. I've been like, why is nothing growing? Ooh. Ooh. God fucking damn it. I've been too busy talking about fucking movies. Oh my god, now I'm fucking it up. I'm doing great. This is great. I'm fucking fantastic. My crops are so dead. This is why half of them have grown and the other half haven't. Stupid. I need to make more sprinklers because I'm just fucking it up, man. Straight up. There we go. I also need to put stuff in that grid. I'm just wondering if it's more worth just doing the fucking... He's so cute! I love it! What happened to Jump King? So I was gonna do Jump King, and then I realized that I would probably just not play it. So, I thought we'd do this instead. Mostly because I also kind of messed it all up the other day, so I just thought it was best just to continue with what we were doing. I don't know, man. Don't ask me questions. It's too late. It's too late in my day. I should be asleep. I mean, if it didn't cost me a small fortune, I'd consider going to the... I mean, it's not here. I could. Hypothetically. I need to upgrade my pickaxe. That's the main thing I need to do at the minute. I'm just thinking, like... I mean, is it a waste of money? I don't know. Maybe. The wood one, the axe I had to get upgraded because I needed to move all those things and get hardwood, but like the rocks, I don't think it really makes a difference, does it? I don't know. Where's one of my chickies not laying good quality eggs? Put it in the blender. What the shit? Alright, fine. Fucking fine. Anyway, so I wanted to talk... Insert hardwood pun here. Anyway, I wanted to talk about movies today. That was my main thing. I got very excitedly, as many of you know, at the minute, my current special interest is the X-Men series. If you didn't know, it is a very big current thing for me. And one of the things with that is that obviously I've been rewatching them all kind of regularly. And like, so I watched the new Deadpool and Wolverine. Obviously I've said I'm not giving spoilers because you need to go and watch it, but like, man, is that film good? Is it fucking good? It's good. It's good. What was I doing? Fuck. Shit. That's what I was doing. Right. Right, I'm not doing very well with the coal. I don't know how many coal it takes. But it's about that, right? I just wonder. I don't know. Anyway, now redeem drink. Let me think you now. I will drink to that. I didn't pause. Whoops. Anyway. I'm absolutely making no progress with the community center today. So one of the current special interests of mine is the X-Men, as in the film series with Hugh Jackman, not like the animated one. Although everyone's been recommending me them. Yes, I'm very aware. Yes, I will watch them at some point. Anyway, ooh, get out of my way! Out of my way! Out of my way! It's so cute. This is the way you do it. It's cute. It's cute. I want to find more. There is no more. Okay, I cry now. That's so cool. It's cool. Anyway, so I forgot what I was saying. God fucking damn it. What the hecky, dude? Oh, I don't have enough money, never mind. Better yields than a copper pan. It also has. Oh, okay, nice. Sick. Nice. Good to know. It won't make a difference though. I don't have enough money. No, I don't want ice cream. Sorry, mate. You were talking about the X-Men. Oh yeah. So the X-Men, right? One of the big things is that I'm having to I'm collecting a lot of physical media right now because one of the big things is I don't want loads of streaming services because the average household spends a stupid amount on streaming services every year. So realistically, I'm only going to really have Disney Plus and Netflix because those kind of are the only two that matter. Obviously, on top of that, also my roommate has Amazon Prime, if you didn't know, because they subscribe to me with their Twitch Prime. But the Amazon Prime one is another one. But in terms of your Hulus and your Paramounts, forget it. And a TV license, no chance. I'm not getting a TV license if I can help it. It's a scam. But the TV, with the TV, one of the things I've been doing is I've been collecting physical media. And where did that come from? When did I get that in my pockets? Okay. What the fuck? Did that come from the pan? Oh my god. Cool. Anyway, so one of the things with the physical media side of it is that I need to replace a lot of the DVDs that I have at the house, but I won't necessarily have when I move. The explanation to this is my dad owns a lot of the DVDs in the house. My mum doesn't really, and she wouldn't care if I took hers, so because she uses all the streaming services. So does my dad, but my dad's a hoarder, so realistically I can't just take films necessarily. There are a couple exceptions. Obviously the Supernatural series is one. I've got most of the Supernaturals up to season 11. I haven't got past that. But the first season I actually got off my dad. He had it downstairs originally, and I said to him could I have it? And he's like, yeah, if you like it, because he wasn't into it. Anyway, so with the replacing media thing, I've been doing it slowly but surely. A lot of this is finding versions of this physical media that would take up less space, if that makes sense. One thing I don't like about physical media is people that put them in the slipcases, if that makes sense. So where you get the binders and they just shove them in, they just shove the disc in. I don't like that. Because it doesn't feel like a DVD to me. It just feels like, those CDs, and it's just I don't like it. Anyway, so one of the things that I prefer is the physical DVD box, because I like looking at the artwork. I know there's options for people that like the artwork, but it just seems pointless. Why would you get a DVD? Just get the streaming service if it doesn't make sense. Anyway, so for me, I'm big on the physical media side of it. So one of the things I've been doing is slowly but surely collecting box sets of films. So a lot of the time I don't like the 40mm boxes of, for example, say you've got 3 movies. The X-Men is a good example because the X-Men has so many oh god, my headphones just fell off. The X-Men trilogy, so the first 3 movies, so the X-Men and then the X-Men 2 and then Last Stand, those 3 tend to come in box sets of some variation. There are different types of covers you can get for them. The main classic one tends to be just one singular 14mm DVD box, your regular DVD that you would buy at your local shop, in the cardboard slipcase. That's cool. I've seen about 2 variations of that. Neither one of them really I liked. One didn't have any artwork on it. The other one was it wasn't the other one was official too, but it was a bit more bland. The other one was a bit more exciting, but it kind of reinforce that thing of like they're individual movies. I'd like to have something that kind of shows off the individual cover art. So one of the things I was mainly looking for was some sort of collector's box set that kind of had these 3 movies all together, ideally in a slim case. And I found it, and I couldn't be happier with it. So I got the collector's edition tin, not a steel book, but it is just a tin of the X-Men trilogy, the first 3 movies, and in slim cases. And it is the coolest thing, and it's so cool. It's like my first ever like fancy DVD case, because I've got loads of like box sets. Like I've got the Cornetto trilogy in a box set. I've got the first Mission Impossible films, the first 4 of them in a box set. I've got the others individually, but I've got the main first 4 in a box set. That's kind of cool. It's kind of like one of those like VHS boxes. Yes, I grew up with VHS, so I know what those look like. It's a bit thinner, obviously. Just thinking, I've got like the Twilight Collector's Edition, and I've got the Back to the Future trilogy in the similar fashion, where it's those box sets that you pull out and then you flip through. Twilight I don't mind too much. There's just too many of them. The X-Men trilogy was like there's only 3 of them, and the Back to the Future one I don't really mind about because all the covers kind of look the same with those, so it was cool to have the box set and in nice condition, because so many of the times you see the trilogy box set of Back to the Future in really shitty condition because they're so old. This one I've got is like in really nice nick. It's a bit sunburnt, but it's nice, not ripped up massively. Anyway, so I got those. And they're cool, but I'm really excited about this like X-Men one because it like makes me think of a steelbook, and I'm like, man, because I can't get a steelbook, so I don't have a Blu-ray player. I hate Blu-ray. This is another reason why I'm having to replace all my physical media, because one of the big things that happened was I got into Marvel and my dad got into Blu-ray, which meant that a lot of our Marvel DVDs, despite the fact that they are mine, and there are other films in this strain, but it's mostly, I'm using Marvel as the example. The main thing with it was that he would buy them on Blu-ray, which was very much more for him than it was for me, and it just means that I have to leave them here when I move, because it's just like they're no use to me. I'm not gonna have, because me and my friend, we watched the films on my Xbox console. Likely we will continue in this strain and watch it on a games console. We probably won't watch it on an actual DVD player because I hate those remotes. But the main thing with it is obviously like they're they're in kind of this, like, it just, you can get games consoles that run Blu-ray. I'm pretty sure the PS4, I'm not sure, someone correct me in chat. But the PS4, I think, can do Blu-ray. I'm not 100% sure on that. But we'll see. I've got the bulletin board. I'm mostly looking at the chef's these ones. Friendship ones. Welcome, Mimi. Good to see you. So, dude, sorry I'm late. No, that's okay. It's good to have you. I'm just rambling about DVDs. So, I've got loads of Blu-rays. They are of no use to me. Realistically, I don't want to start collecting Blu-rays. They're shorter. All the cases are the same color. They're not interesting, and a lot of the time Blu-rays don't come in like interesting cases unless they're a steelbook. So for me, it's like I'm not wasting money on an already expensive piece of media. That I'm gonna be honest, I can't really tell the difference. I know some, like, there's gonna be like physical media nerds in the comments and stuff, but like I don't really think there is much of a difference between Blu-ray and DVDs. I can't visually see any difference. There might be because I need glasses, and most of the time when I watch films, I'm not wearing them. So realistically, like, the quality doesn't make a difference to me. But like, I know it's like a quality thing. I just think the cases are usually boring. They're also a lot smaller, which I just don't think looks good on a shelf. There's like, you got the DVDs are like, you know, it's seamless, it's all kind of the same. The only difference is the plastic is sometimes a different color. That's cool. If you're lucky, you get the cardboard slipcases. I personally like them. I know a lot of people don't. Blu-rays, It's short, it's stout, and it has that very awkward, like, blue, massive, bright blue lip on the top, and I hate the look of it. It's also just a disappointing reminder to me when I go downstairs and I'm like, oh, I love that movie, I'm gonna rewatch it, and I go down to find it and realize it's on Blu-ray. We have a Blu-ray player, might I point out. We do have a Blu-ray player. Does it get used? Nope. Do my parents watch any physical media anymore? Nope. Why do we have so much physical media and yet no one uses it? Because I still use it, and my dad's a hoarder. So... The issue with this as well is, this is another thing I want to talk about. I'm sorry, I'm not reading chat. I'll read chat and then I'll talk about it. Yeah, I got the tin and I'm very excited about it. I will, if anyone's interested, I'll post it on, maybe I should make a server for physical media. Maybe that's the thing. I should make a film server. Think about it. I'll put it in the suggestion chat. I only watched the TV at Xmas so I can laugh when the soaps kill off someone and then walk out the room. Fairs. I don't really watch the TV downstairs. I find it very overwhelming. I have a small TV in my room. It's basically just a monitor. My desk setup is an L-shaped glass desk. I've got 2 monitors in front of me with my mic and my keyboard and all that. It's set up. That's what I'm looking at right now. That's what you're seeing me play on. On the other side of those monitors is a similar sized monitor that I purely just use for the Xbox. Ironically, that screen is a 1080p one. My main monitor, so the one that you're seeing the game on, is also a 1080p monitor. My secondary monitor that doesn't work half the time and that I only have to read chat, OBS, and Discord on is actually 720p. It doesn't work most of the time. It uses an out-of-date port on it as well. So I've got to have like 50 different extension cords plugged into it. I should replace it, but I also got it for free, so that's why I haven't. But yeah, I also don't have the room to replace it right now, so realistically, like, it will be replaced eventually, it's just not at this time. But everyone always says to me, like, why don't you just replace that monitor with the, like, 1080p one? And I did try when I moved into this room. I just found the 1080p one just to be too bulky. It's a TV. It's supposed to be a TV. I also got really nervous that I'd be listening to audio one day on the computer and it would just switch and just start playing out the TV. I didn't really want that, so that's why. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, old technology. I don't think I've ever watched a Blu-ray. I've watched quite a few Blu-rays. Obviously, like, back then, I had access to the Blu-ray player. I didn't have a TV in my room for many years. I wasn't even allowed a computer for many years. So for me, once we started getting Blu-rays, it annoyed me at the time, and as an adult, it still annoys me, because the Blu-rays were a pointless expense. They're just expensive. They don't look great, as in the physical media side of it doesn't look great. In terms of, like, the film, I don't think it makes enough of a difference to really warrant the price tag anyway. And to be honest, Blu-ray was supposed to replace DVDs, but then Blu-ray came along and then streaming services started taking off. So realistically, we're looking at Blu-ray now. It's still the main print media, but realistically, most people don't have a format to play it on. So, unfortunately, DVDs are still made and sold. Also, most computers can't run Blu-ray. It's a bit of a weird one. There are some conversations that, like, maybe I'd like to point out. I don't think I should, though, because I don't really want to get quoted for saying something that maybe I shouldn't. But there is a side of it that I'm like, you can't... Most PCs don't have a disk drive, right? But I'm pretty sure no computer has a Blu-ray drive. So when you maybe want to put something on a DVD, you can't necessarily do that on a computer. It's what I'm just trying to put down. I hope people are getting what I'm putting down. If you don't worry about it. But, like, there is just a side of it that I'm like, yeah, but preserving media wise, it's not really great if the Blu-ray was going to wipe out the DVD, because we would have had no way to preserve things on physical media anymore. Oh, okay. Mimi just said it straight up. That's where piracy comes in. I don't want to, like, encourage piracy, because obviously it's illegal for the most part, but, like, there is, like, the bit of a gray zone when it comes to, like, media preservation. I'm very big on the advocacy of the importance of media preservation. The internet is supposed to be forever. We should be using it to facilitate protecting things like that. My big arguments have always been, like, The Sims. Most Sims games, the older ones, the older two, you can't get anywhere anymore. So, unfortunately, piracy is the only way. Yes, a lot of people say you can download, you can buy, like, the secondhand, like, discs. JasperWackx, I have all the physical DLC and games for both The Sims 1 and The Sims 2. I have all of them. I have on my computer both The Sims 1, The Sims 2, and also The Sims 3 and Sims 4, and The Sims Medieval, and also the PSP game, but we won't go into that. The thing with that is one of those, by piracy standards, is not being downloaded legally. But by internet preserval ways, it is legal because it's abandonware. And this is where the grey zone comes in that I have all the physical media for The Sims 2. So why do I have a basically pirated version of it? The reason being is because I couldn't download it. The Sims 1 I managed to download from the physical media format. So The Sims 1 I have from the physical media that I collected in charity shops and on eBay, and I have that from that. The Sims 2, however, I got the main game, and then I got about 2 DLC into it, and you have to download them in a specific order or else they don't work. And the boxes do tell you that. With The Sims 2, I got about 3 discs in, and it decided at that point that the whole thing would be wiped. And the computer warned me, it said it's going to be wiped. Tried it a couple times after that, and it just didn't want to work. And this is unfortunately where the piracy side of it came in that I had no choice. If I wanted to play the game and experience it, I had to download it in a way that it's not illegal in most places. I'm not even sure if EA considers it illegal. If EA want to come after me, fine, but, like, release it, and then you might have a stance in the lawsuit. If they re-release The Sims 2 on Origin, of course I'd buy it. Of course. So, and I also have bought it. I have the physical media. It doesn't work, so I've had to pirate it. But yeah. Don't do piracy. What if your internet dies? Then where will you be? Buy them DVDs. Exactly. Like, I don't trust streaming services. The other thing with streaming services is you don't own the films. Even if you buy them on, like, Amazon Prime or YouTube, their terms and conditions state that you do not own the physical. Like, you don't own it. Like, if they decide to take it off their platform, you will not have it anymore. You won't access it anymore. Which is not something they used to do. Like, before Spotify, I used to use Amazon Music. When you bought any CDs, like, or not CDs, like MP3 downloads on Amazon Music, I still have all of those for some reason, despite the fact that I don't think the app is used anymore, or at least it's been changed. I don't use the app either. It's just in my files. So technically I do own it. But I think there's been some changes in the terms and conditions. I don't know enough about it. I just know that technically speaking, you don't own it. The other thing is that because a lot of older films, rights in the right holders... Maybe I shouldn't talk about this while I'm playing a game. The rights holders, from what I understand, this is basics coming from me. The rights holders changes so often. Obviously, we've seen it recently with Disney. Like, obviously, they've bought out a lot of older film studios, like they bought Marvel, and then they also bought all the Fox they bought the Fox cinema side of it. 20th Century Fox Media, that's owned by Disney now, which is they bought purely just so they could own the X-Men films, I assume. But the thing with that is, because they've bought all that out, this is a common issue that we see with film media now. In the best example I can give, I think, is called 28 Days Later. No, I've never watched it. I just know about it. But 28 Days Later, I think it's days. It might be weeks. I don't remember which one it is. But the first one, you can't get on streaming services. And so by not being able to access physical media of it, you don't have it. And it's become a bit of a rare DVD. There's another one called Dogma. I actually watched that recently. Very good film. I watched Dogma recently. Did not realize we've got the physical DVD. I did not realize Dogma was considered a rare DVD. The Blu-ray is even rarer, but like Dogma, they don't print it anymore because the writer, I think, has been trying to fight for the rights, but I think producer has the rights or something. I don't remember. There's like a whole thing on it. Look it up. Dogma rights debate. Because of that, they've not been allowed to print anymore, and it's not available on any streaming services. It's not available till 28 Days Later, and Dogma are in the same boat. So finding them in physical media is actually a lot harder than you think. So this is why physical media is important, because realistically, we're going to see, and I worry how much we're going to see this in the future, but like things are going to start getting swept under the rug. There are going to be films that are forgotten about. There are going to be video games that aren't preserved. And we're going to start seeing things getting swept under the rug. And it's important to preserve everything, because there's a great video on the McDonald's training game, the Japanese McDonald's training game. Really great video by Nick Robinson. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. He basically goes over like video game preservation in the sense of like no one gets to experience this game because it was technically a trade secret, but also like because it was considered the rarest game in the world until he obviously spoiler, the end of it was the game is now released. The thing with that is that game was not preserved, so anyone that got that game held on to it because it was rare, because no one else had it. And to be honest, I don't understand why you wouldn't just dump the game, because realistically, dumping the game is not, it's gonna lesser the value. I will admit, it will lesser the value of the physical media, but the physical media of it, like the physical cartridge and the console, are still gonna be worth a shit ton of money. You'll probably still make profit if you sold them. They are still valuable. Just because the game has been dumped doesn't necessarily mean it's lost value. And this is where like I'm getting annoyed with physical media and stuff, because obviously streaming services don't, you have to buy about 5 different streaming services to have every piece of media, and most of the media is not available on it. That's what I'm finding. Long explanation. That's why I'm collecting physical media. And also because I just want my house to be, when you walk in, it's like walking into 2008. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, also another thing, if the internet dies, I'm gone. I won't exist anymore. How's that for thought? Me either. We'll still exist. The people behind our models will still exist, but realistically, if the internet ever does die, we're gone. You'll never see us again. Someone in Twitch, it's not illegal in most places. Preservation, it's a grey zone, but there are some right holders to video game preservation and film preservation. It depends on the original right holders if they've released it for public, just because some places, if it's abandonware, and as long as the agreement is that there is no support on the game anymore, so you can't ask for help with it or anything, as long as that's an agreement made with the archive and the original rights holders, a lot of the time it's released legally for download because they've made their profit on it. Realistically, they're not going to make a profit on the game anymore, So at that point, you're not really pirating. Again, this is subjective. I'm not necessarily saying this is fact. I'm willing to be incorrect about this. It's what I've read about it. I don't know how much of that is opinion-based. Please don't come for me. Someone in a Twitch group on Facebook recently was streaming Troy or something on Twitch, then was surprised when they got a copyright strike. This was after they had a go at everyone who told them F4F was bad. Oh my god, we will disappear. Yeah, straight up, if the internet dies. If there is a zombie apocalypse ever, and the internet goes down, we're not streaming anymore. Follow for follow. Oh. Someone in Twitch group on Facebook recently was streaming Troy or something on Twitch, then was surprised they got a copyright strike. Is Troy a film? I thought it was a game. Sorry, I don't know if that's incorrect information. I have no context. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Oh. This is after they had a go at everyone who told them follow for follow was bad. Follow for follow is... I don't know. Used to do follow for follow. On my old, like, on my old Quotable account, which is not under my name, it used to be labeled as follow for follow, and I kept up with it, but I didn't get many followers. Occasionally, I love it because my account's still up because I have a stupid quiz I made on there when I was like barely like 13, 14, I don't know. I made a quiz on there, right? I left it up. I took down the fan fictions because I did have quite a few fan fictions on there. I took them all down because I never finished any of them. But I left the quiz up because the quiz was complete. I still, to this day, occasionally get notifications that people have commented on it. It wasn't even that popular of one. It's just so surprising that people use it. I think it's because occasionally I do go on there and read fan fiction, and like, sometimes it's not common to see people active on there, as far as I'm aware anymore. So when people get liked on their like older stories, because I'm reading it, they check out my account and see. This is what happens. It's not necessarily follow for follow, but that's just how Quotable works. It's really weird. If you don't know anything about Quotable, it's basically like knockoff Wattpad, but it was originally a quiz site, and then it became a quiz and fan fiction site. It is quite good. I do still use it quite actively. I just don't I don't publish anything currently on it. I don't watch movies. God damn it, neither. Wait, I used to say no, I don't either, but now I do. Bad, naughty Jasper. What? Follow for follow? Just to clarify, Twitch, she does not follow for follow here, sweats. Oh, no, yeah, I don't follow for follow on here. Is that bad? Is that against terms and conditions? Really? I did not know if... Not that I've ever done it. Obviously, Mimi and Mina and I are all friends, like, in a social sense, like we are all on the same server and stuff, but like I've never done follow for follow, nor would I, because realistically it doesn't work. I'll be honest, follow for follow, you put it, because I used to do it on Quotable, you put it in your description, no one ever uses it. It's always a weird one. And if people do use it, they usually follow you back and then they unfollow you like a week later. Hi Super Sensei! It's against every TOS? Is it really? Why? But why, though? But why? Honestly. But why? What's so wrong with it? It's classed as fake engagement, I guess. This just seems a bit stupid. I don't know. I'm not, like, this is not me encouraging follow for follow. If it's against terms and conditions, you can't do it. I've never done it. I've only done it on this one site. And this was many years ago, and this was back when everyone did it. And it wasn't so much for fake engagement, it was more so I could make friends. Because no one followed my account. But no, I don't do follow for follow on here. I didn't know it was against TOS, though. I should probably stop saying it like that, because it makes it sound like I've done it. I haven't, but like, Jesus Christ, like, that's so weird. It makes sense why, but I'm just like, okay, strange. We'll go with it. We'll go with it. What a weird world. What a weird world. Right. I keep fucking up because I went all the way to the community center and then I didn't actually look at anything. I was too busy talking about physical media. So the truffle I need to kind of hope for the cart. The pomegranate I also need to. I don't know about the rabbit's foot. The oak resin I'm working on, but the rabbit's foot is the bit that's confusing me. How the fuck am I gonna get that? And do I really want to try? Someone didn't read the TOS. I did though. I did when I signed up to Twitch. I don't necessarily, because they keep changing it and they do it quite a lot. Oh my god, maybe I shouldn't be admitting to this on the internet. Realistically, I don't think let's be real, most people don't read terms and conditions. I was always that weird one in medical offices that read the terms and conditions. I remember when I went on birth control, all those years ago. It was quite a while ago now, but when I was getting birth control, she handed me this form with loads of like side effects and stuff listed on it. And she's like, oh, if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. And then she started filling out paperwork because she fully did not expect me to ask questions. But I, obviously being like completely socially unaware, was like, what does this mean? And what does this mean? And she's like, oh, I didn't think you were actually going to read it. I was like, this is going inside my body. Don't you think I should be reading it? Also, you told me to ask questions. I was so confused. Probably the autism, but like, let's be real. It's just like, man, what the fuck? Why would you tell me to read something if you didn't actually want me to read it? I don't know. Do you need to get the rabbit yourself? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping not. The TOS says specifically not to follow for follow. I read everything. I never sign shit without reading. I don't bother on like most things that like have more than 4 pages of terms and conditions. Twitch, I did read it when I started, like, but that was, I think my account's from 2018. I think so. 2018's terms and conditions probably was on there. It was a long time ago. Or is this for when you become an affiliate? Because I did read that terms and conditions and I do not remember seeing that on there. I've got more conversations, but I'm looking at Stardew Valley. Rabbit's foot. What? What the fuck? Apparently I can get it from the traveling cart, or a serpent, or a cat. That's a bit concerning. The rabbit's foot is an animal product obtained from a rabbit with sufficient friendship, mood, and daily luck. It can also occasionally be purchased from the traveling cart for less than the other stuff. Dropped by serpents in the Skull Cavern. That's pretty depressing. One may be purchased from Jess in her shop at the Desert Festival for 100 calico eggs. May also be gifted by a pet cat with a max friendship. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know we could get rabbits. Oh my god. Is it in the deluxe coupe? Apparently they're like 8 grand though. Oh no! It's quite a bit bigger than what I've got. Void chicken! What the fuck? And a dinosaur? What? I can get all this? What the shit? Okay, so I need about... Oh my god, that's so much money! Dudes, it's 20,000 gold to get a... What the fuck? Also, what the fuck is this all about? 10,000 gold for the building of the bigger coop is not correct at all. I did not pay that much. I paid 5,000 gold, didn't I? It was not 10,000, was it? Oh my god. It's too late to go and check, but Jesus Christ. Would have been nice to know. I could have got a rabbit. What the shit? Oh my god. Anyway. Oh, gosh, so you can get rabbits straight up, dude. What the hell? Would have been nice to have known. Probably wouldn't have bothered with the... Oh my god. Okay, guess who's gonna be saving all her money now? God freaking damn it. Ah, hey honey. He won't talk to me when he's going home like this. Always so determined to come home and see me, and I pass him on the street and he's like so lost in the source that he doesn't really see the source is right in front of him, you know? Anyway. Physical media talk again. Going back to this conversation. Wait, I should read chat actually. I don't think it was in the affiliate one. It's simply in the first one. Okay. Maybe the rabbits, but it's something you can just find. I think so, because it's like yeah. It's available. I don't know. They say serpents drop it, so hopefully it is something I can just drop. Anyway, going back to the physical media talk, I'm really struggling with finding DVDs online. I buy a lot of my DVDs in charity shops and in CEX. Occasionally in HMV if I find a nicer looking one. Sometimes if I really like the movie, I'll get it in CEX. It depends if it's available on. Hang on, let me concentrate for a minute. If it's available, like, if it's only just become available, then I tend to get it on in HMV. Anyway, I buy a lot in HMV. Anyway, so one thing that I'm noticing is there's a couple films that I would like. They're not available on DVD in the UK. I have one film that I've had to order from like Sweden. I'm not gonna say what the film is because it's not. This is gonna make it sound very legal. It's not a legal film or anything. It's just never been released in the UK in theaters, so there's been no physical release. Fortunately, the UK uses Region 2, so I can still get it. Another film on this same wavelength is a film that's called The Lair of the White Worm, which is a film that I found out about yesterday, and I really want to watch with my friend Paul. And we've talked about it. I said, have you ever watched this? Because he's obviously, this is a horror film, by the way. He's like got loads of horror films. I was like, have you got this? He's like, I've never even heard of it. The film's quite old. It was made in 1988. And it features Hugh Grant, if you didn't know. If you're into Hugh Grant, he's in that. It's one of his earlier films. So, The Lair of the White Worm it's a book originally. It was made into a film. It's got quite a famous cast. And the context of it really interests me. The thing with it, right, is you can get it on Blu-ray in the UK, but you can't find it on DVD. And I've done a lot of research on it because I've had to order, as I said before, I've ordered another film that isn't available in the UK. I had to look into that one to find out why it wasn't available in the UK. It was just the oh. Ooh. Ooh. Wonder what's that's all about. Right, I should go back. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so with this film, like, it's just never been released in UK cinemas, so there was never a physical release. You can get it on Prime, so it's not illegal or anything. But Region 2 is a thing, so I was able to order a physical one. Context. Anyway, so I thought I thought it was weird because this other film that I was talking about literally has a British actor in it, so I found it weird that it wasn't released in his home country. The Lair of the White Worm is, as far as I'm aware, majority British cast. So I was like, why is this not available on DVD in the UK? It was made in 1988. VHS would have been the main form of media at that time. Probably would have maybe had a DVD release. I don't know when DVDs started coming out. And I looked into it to see why it's not available. You can get it in different... You can get so many Lair of the White Worm, like, Region 1 films. And Region 1 is the US. You can get it for the US. But the UK, it's actually really hard to find. The UK version does not exist. I have not been able to find a single one from the actual UK. I found a couple Region 2 ones, so it's not the end of the world. Blu-ray seems to be the only version you can get UK edition of this film. So I was like, why is this? So I look it up. And apparently it's just a limited release thing. When it was made, they didn't have maybe many, like... they didn't make many of them for whatever reason. It's not, like, necessarily a rare thing because you can get it in other countries. It's just not something that's like, it's a cult classic, one of those, so people that got it are more likely to hold on to it. If it was to resell, it would probably range like for quite a lot of money, and if you have it, just a heads up, it's probably worth quite a lot of money. But like, it means that there's unlikely to be a republication of it, so it's unlikely to get reprinted. Which I find interesting because you can get it on Blu-ray. Like, you can get it Region B on Blu-ray. Region B being the UK Blu-ray. You can get it, but you can't get it on DVD in the UK. If you want Region 2 of it, you have to get it from another country. Which means that the cover of it is incorrect. And this is the same problem I'm having with this DVD coming, is that I know full well it's coming. It's available in English. It has... like subtitles in other languages, but it is in English. I can turn the subtitles off. It's available. I can watch it, right? But the cover of that, I know full well I'm gonna have to replace because it's not in English. Like, it's in Swedish, I think. It might actually be in German. I'm not sure because it's coming from a Swedish shipper, but I'm pretty sure the original manufacturer was in Germany. Anyway, so I'm going to have to replace the cover of that. But then on top of that, I also need to replace if I'm going to find the Lair of the White Worm, I'm going to have to replace the cover to that as well, which sucks. Again, though, it is available on Amazon Prime. I don't have access to Amazon Prime. This is another reason I have to use physical media, is because currently I don't have access to the internet on my TV. In order for me to watch physical media, I have to either do it on my computer or I have to do it on the TV downstairs, depending on what's available to me, because I only have Netflix on the computer up here, or YouTube. I don't have Amazon Prime. But then on top of that, like, I could also plug the computer into my TV, but it fucks up the display, and I hate it, so it's just a hassle, and I just can't be bothered. Sorry, very long explanation once again. I did say I was going to talk quite a lot. Oh, I didn't put that in the title. I was going to talk quite a lot. Don't want to... fuck it. Sorry. Is it hentai? It is not hentai. I would like to stress that it is not hentai. I'd be a bit more concerned about that. It's not hentai. It's a real film. It's a real film. The reason I'm not saying it is because it's... No, I'm not even going to explain it because I don't want to kind of give hints to what it is. Yeah, it's just a film that I've been told is like... It's a film with a actor, not necessarily just the general term, no genders associated there. It's got an actor that I'm very fond of, and that's why I'm watching it, because I obviously got recommended it on like online because of this actor, and I follow a lot of the stuff and stuff. I interact with a lot of their stuff, so that's why I got recommended it. I got really interested in it. I read a bit more about the plot line and the plot summary, got really into it, and then I waited for the release, waited for a long time for it to be released in theaters, never saw it, didn't understand why, I just saw it wasn't available in my area, waited for the DVD release. DVD release came and went, finally remembered about it the other day, looked into it, realized it's not available in my country, so I've had to buy a Region 2 version of it in another country. I found another way to get it from the UK. Like, there was a seller that had it from the UK. Realized it was a piracy website. Like, it wasn't, you weren't downloading it, you were buying it. You were buying a pirated disc, which I think is illegal, right? So, bit of a weird one. But yeah. Void what? Void chicken. Apparently I can get a void chicken. Doesn't want people to see you together? Bruh, I would cry. I treat that man, he's got a house, he's got a roof over his head, he doesn't have to lift a finger on the farm, and yet he fucking doesn't want to be seen with me in public. God damn it. Afternoon maybe, sorry about this. It's okay, welcome back, Sneak. Oh, that's an oldie. Yeah, like, so many, like, I know people know about it. I won't discuss too much about Lair of the White Worm, because part of me wants to surprise my friend with, we've talked about it, obviously they know I'm looking into getting it, but I want to surprise them about the cast. If you know, you know, and you know that I'm a big fan of one of those cast members. If you've been a long time fan. I don't have any streaming services. Yeah, Mimi, I know you don't have a TV license, but you don't have any streaming services? So what do you watch anything on? Do you watch TV? Do you have a TV in your house? Do you watch anything? Yeah, I went looking, found one that's then saw dubbed Spanish subtitles, Spanish languages, Castilian. Yeah, can confirm there's sus. There is sus in it. Oh. Simon Pegg, not safe for work. It's got nothing to do with Simon Pegg. I have more than one special interest actor. There are quite a few, and I will not be naming any of them at this time. I don't know. I've talked about wanting to see this film before. I'm not going to go into it because obviously the media of it is a bit sensitive. That's just why I'm not talking about it, because it's like, I don't think I should talk about it. And also, like, I know it's not real, but also it's, yeah. You get what I'm putting down. If you know what I'm if you can guess what the film I'm referring to. Obviously, I know there's quite a few of them, but it's nothing illegal. It is a perfectly legal film to watch in the UK. It is available on Amazon Prime. It's just not, it never had the theatrical release, so it's not available in physical format. And The Lair of the White Wolf is, the White Worm. Fuck! What the fuck? The White Worm. Do you know how hard that is to say? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that movie back in the day. God damn it. I watch Twitch. I watch YouTube, I watch anime through a not recommended website because it has everything on it rather than struggling to find stuff through Crunchyroll. Fairs, no shame in that, my friend. Yeah, I didn't watch. Why am I'm just don't do anything with this game. I still, like, in my free time, I watch a lot of YouTube, like, and Twitch and stuff. But realistically, I've never had Crunchyroll. I've never used Crunchyroll. I really want to watch, and this isn't controversial to say, I really want to watch, Baka Monogatari, or Monogatari. I don't know how you pronounce it. Anyway, I have figures from that series, and I've also got the books, but I really want to watch the actual anime of it. The issue is obviously it's not subtitled well, because part of the appeal of that series is that it's a lot of play on words in Japanese, which means that translating it's actually like it just ruins it. So there's that. Also, it's a huge series. Getting it in physical media format, it's not available on a lot of streaming services. I have looked, because obviously it is one of the ones I was considering about getting physical media for getting streaming services for, but it's split. It's one of those ones that's awfully split up. Like, you can watch like a certain amount of episodes on one streaming site, you have to get it on another. It's a whole thing. I'm very aware that there are better sites that have like community added dubs and stuff, which would probably be more enjoyable to watch. But again, I think it was the same issue of like there's not many available on there. So it's like physical media was kind of where I was looking for it. This isn't the DVD I've bought, by the way, but like the physical media of it is actually like there's quite a few of them. And there is no complete set. So it's one of those ones that I have not been able to watch or anything. But I would like to. But that's why I've got the books, because I've read some of the books and I quite enjoy the books. I haven't even finished the first one. I've started the first one. I got the first one, and then I got the prequel, and then I stopped reading it. But I read quite a bit of the first one. Yeah. I'm not one to talk, I use indirect means too. I don't think anyone who is internet savvy at all is gonna say on this site, yeah, I might get banned for this, but realistically, I don't think anyone uses, like, hasn't at some point in their life had to turn to the yo-ho-ho side of the internet, you know? But, like, it used to be my first boyfriend used to only watch things through that, and it really annoyed me, because I'm like, surely if you enjoy something you would want the physical media side of it, which is why I buy physical media now, because I don't want to have to, not only do I not want to risk my, you know, livelihood on doing shit like that, I also do want to support the media that I like. I do want to support the creators of it. Unfortunately, in this day and age, realistically, not that I'm approving of any of this, but realistically in this day and age, like, there is so many boycotts, understandably. Realistically, though, everyone at some point has done something maybe not right in their life. So for me personally, it's like I'm not really looking into why people don't own physical media of certain creators and stuff. I don't know where I'm going with this. The point being is, like, I'm not really, like, I'm not meaning to support people directly by buying physical media, because I buy it secondhand, but, like, at the same time, I'm like, I'd like to have the physical thing rather than, you know, lose out and then have to turn to internet, like, archival to retrieve it. That being said, I've used the Internet Archive for so many things, and I think the Internet Archive is really important, especially for preserving physical media. And I'm looking at buying physical media and buying what I find in shops and stuff. I'm holding on to that because at some point, at some day, I imagine that there is a chance that someone might say, no one can access this film, or this game, it's really rare, no one has access to it, I can then dump it, and then other people can enjoy it as much as I enjoy it, and that's important to me. But the Nick Robinson YouTube thing on the McDonald's DS game is quite a good representation of why dumping and video game preserval and media preserval is important. But yeah, also think about, from my perspective, growing up on Doctor Who, there is an entire season, I think, of Doctor Who that you can't watch. It's not available anywhere. Most Doctor Who is most of the Doctor Who series I say this lightly because there's been a recent takedown of some of the episodes due to certain actors being in it, and this is what I was getting to. Point being, there's a whole section of the film, like the season, I think it was the second Doctor. There's a whole section of that just completely lost to time because there was a fire, and back then there wasn't copies, so that whole like section is gone. No one has it, and this is why preserval is important. This is why people record their TVs. But yeah, it's lost media. I hate lost media is such an interesting rabbit hole to go down. If you want to like time waste, lost media is so interesting. Why do I sound like a tin hat wearer? I've just realized how bad of a tin hat wearer I've sounded. Maybe I should just stop this like game and just talk about this. Maybe I will. I'm not gonna get anywhere with this for a minute. Save this and then I'll quit the game. Good to just. Oh, it's raining as well. Nice. I didn't read any of this. Welcome, Mina. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. Right, let me go back and read chat because I was missing loads of things because I was on a rant. Right. Same. I watch things like a pirate. Yeah. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that pirating's good. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you it's bad. Because I'd be a hypocrite realistically if I said either. So realistically, do it at your own discretion. I'm not encouraging it. Try to purchase things where you can if you have the means to. But if it's lost media, then technically it's free for all. If it's abandonware or lost media, it's you know, right, got to go now. Enjoy your streams. Sad I could only catch a bit of it. Oh, me. That's okay. I'm probably gonna end kind of soon, but I'm gonna talk for a bit. But yeah, enjoy your afternoon, everyone. Enjoy your day. Mimi, love you. Bye bye. What was I? Where did I get to? Oh yeah, I was reading Mimi's chat. Oh, net redeemed drink dummy. Thank you, Net. I will drink to that. Right. I tried to get DVDs of animes I particularly like, but not got many so far. But yeah, I can't be doing with paying to use the site, then paying not to get ads, then paying more to get less ads when you're forced to get ads and not looking at anyone in particular. Disney Plus. Yeah, Disney Plus is I've not had too many problems with Disney Plus. I've used it very sparingly. The reason I'm gonna get Disney Plus when I move is just because the Marvel series are only available on there. I have most of the Marvel Cinematic Universe on DVD, including the Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. series and the Agent Carter series. The newer ones that Disney have released, as far as I'm aware, are only available on Disney Plus. So that's why I would invest in Disney Plus, because realistically I'm gonna lose out. Also, it means that actually that's a conversation to have when we discuss more about the living side of me moving. I will talk about that then. Make sure I don't forget. But yeah, Disney Plus is a bit of a weird one. I don't like media being interrupted if I'm paying for it, you know. But I've not really had ads with Disney Plus. I don't know. Do you get ads with it? I don't know. If I'm I got something in my eye. If I'm sociable, I'm sending people VTubers Twitch details. If I have a brain cell, I'll be watching anime. If the brains are off, I'll be on the tube. If I'm on my own, which is not. If I'm sat at my computer, I'm watching YouTube or I'm watching a live stream. Because I do like quite a bit. But I'm watching either one of those. Realistically, I'm not oftentimes paying massive attention. I'm usually doing something. but most of the time I'm not on my own necessarily. I'm not at my computer, which is why you guys will notice I'm not as active throughout the week. It's just because of my sleep schedule more than anything, but I also hang out a lot with my friend Paul, and we watch a lot of movies together, and that's where like the movie side of it comes in. But like that's like my social interaction. Twitch is like, you guys are my main social interaction outside of like my work life. So I don't have many friends anymore. But that's a conversation. I am working on that, by the way. I will have that conversation eventually, I think. I know I keep saying that every stream, but I just don't want people to think I've forgotten about it. I'm just not really sure. Obviously, I talked about doing it on Discord. I'm not sure if that's going to be the best way to do it possible. I still don't know what to do about that. I'm not sure. I haven't decided. I'm not sure if it would be a good idea to do it on stream, but at the same time, I think that most people are going to see it through a stream. It's just more that I don't want to do it on a stream and then people without context come in and think I'm, you know, just without context to why I'm talking about a subject like that. So I'm like a bit hit or miss about it. Another thing is I need to kind of respect the fact that people might not necessarily want to watch that. So realistically, Discord would be better. But I'd have to do it in a way where I'd be like, right, I'm going to talk about this. No one talk to me. You guys can text me in a chat, but you guys can't talk to me directly until I'm done on my rant. That's how it's going to go if I do talk about it, because else I'll lose my train of thought. And it's kind of important that I don't lose my train of thought about talking about a serious topic like this. But yeah. I feel like, yeah, I used to be on a site for fan subs. Yeah, like, I don't remember what it was called, but I think I know the one you're on about. I have physical media of the things I like and are affordable. That's a good way to collect. For me, I just buy whatever interests me, and realistically, if I don't enjoy it or I don't think I'm going to watch it again, I'd get rid of it. So far, hasn't really been a problem, but mostly in terms of DVDs, I've been buying what I know I'd enjoy, or buying things to replace other things I've got. And like I said, for the most part, I'm buying secondhand. The only times I'm buying new tends to be stuff that isn't necessarily available secondhand yet. So like newer releases and stuff. One of those is going to be like Lisa Frankenstein, for example. I'm really excited to get that. I watched it in cinemas. I'm probably going to buy that new, because realistically it's not really, you can find it secondhand, but like I'm like, it's price as well. I'm like, yeah, anyway, so like there's that, but for the most part I'm buying things secondhand. In the UK we have access to a really great shop that's called CEX, as in CEX. And yes, before anyone asks, it is pronounced sex over here. No, nobody calls it that except the company. Literally no one I know, and no one like outside of like my immediate circle, call it sex. I think it's a stupid. It's not even how it's spelt, for one. Also, sex, CEX, kex. Everyone calls it kex down here. Kex, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only reason you want to call it sex is because you're nerds and media, and that is the closest you're gonna get to it. That's all I'll say on that matter. That's not just like anyone that works in CX. It just seemed like a bit of a like, why would you call it that? Anyway, it's so unrelated. It's like, it's not a sex shop. You don't even sell porn. You're selling like, you're just selling games consoles and secondhand shit. I buy a lot from CEX. I buy most of my DVDs from there. I also, my VR headset came from there. My graphics card came from there. My bone conductor earphones came from there. What else have I bought from there? Bought a few things. Most physical video games I own come from there. I don't know. I buy a lot from CEX. I'm not against CEX. We have a good relationship, but I'm just saying, like, it's a shit name. But yeah, it's a great shop. It's the secondhand, like, it's basically eBay but like with standards. So on eBay you get companies like World of Books, you get Music Magpie. Their quality standard is a little bit on they'll take rougher stuff. World of Books not so much, but like Music Magpie will pretty much take anything. CEX won't. CEX will only take stuff that's in good nick. They're like, it depends. If it's got a cardboard case, they tend not to worry about it, but like if it's plastic, it has to be kind of for the most part dent free. They've got the same standards with all their tech. Their tech comes in grades, but it's like even their C grade is like it's got a nick somewhere. They won't take anything lower than that. So it's like they'll refurbish stuff. Obviously, if it's worth their time, they will oftentimes buy it for a discount and refurbish it themselves. Sometimes they'll refurbish stuff for you if you ask, but it depends on the shop and stuff. I don't know much about it anyway, and I use the service anyway. They sell all sorts there. They sell steel books, they sell DVDs, they sell Blu-rays, they sell games. It's, you know, it's a free-for-all. They sell tech. So it's like a good place to get secondhand media. It's just a bit more pricey than a charity shop. The only thing is that if you're looking for something in specific, you're more likely to find it in a CEX than you are in a charity shop. For me, I have a list usually of films. It was in my head, I've got it written down now, but I had a list of films that I was looking for. I go to so many CEXs all over the county. I go like all sorts of places, get all sorts of movies from them. Some of them I was looking for, some of them I'm just like, oh, I didn't really think about this film, but I want to watch it. Or sometimes it's films I've seen from other means, from my ex, and that I don't necessarily have and I'd like. But charity shops are the main one. I got quite a few from charity shops. I think I would like to do more movie stuff on my Discord. It's kind of become a bit of like my life sort of at the minute. Anyway, sorry, I'm not reading chat, but yeah, that's where I'm like with physical media. It's like, it depends. I won't bother with streaming services just to watch one film and see if I like it before I get it in physical format. I'll just buy the physical format because it's cheaper. If I don't like it, then reduce, reuse, recycle, baby. You just pass it on. If you pay for it in a charity shop, you're paying like 50p. Realistically, you're not going to go and take it back for a refund. You might, I don't know. It depends how much you spend on it. But like usually when I go to charity shops, it's only 50p. Most of the time they'll be like, oh, you can return this in 30 days. If I watch it and I don't like it, I'm just going to like put it in a charity bag and send it back. I'm not going to ask for a refund. It's for charity. Why would I get a refund? Anyway, but yeah. Especially if it's just one disc. But yeah, that's where I am with it. But I know not everyone has the access to it. Sadly, my anime collection, bunch of old movies, is on VHS. Dude, VHS is coming back into style. I'm seeing reprints of VHS is coming back into popularity. We saw it with the Stranger Things box set. You could get that for VHS. Another one is, I'm not sure if this is in the rest of the world, but in the US, I think last year, they released the Hellraiser movie on VHS, like as a reprint, which was super cool. It was like a special edition. Worth looking into. VHS players, though, are increasingly hard to find. If you're in the UK, usually you can pick them up at a car boot. It's like a hit or miss if they work or not. Facebook Marketplace is another great one. If you live in America, I think Craigslist is the main one. eBay. It just depends on your area. Some Facebook groups are in America. I don't know. But the point being is, like, you can get VHS players. VHSs are really hard to find. They're actually pretty impossible to find in the UK. Most charity shops don't take VHSs. If they get them, they tend to throw them because they don't know the value of them anymore. The other side of that is VHSs that you tend to find in the UK. The affordable ones tend to be in independent, like, antique shops and stuff. It's dependent on the shop how much they sell for. It's doable. You can get them if you're interested in collecting them. It depends what you want. For me, I would not, like, if I was going to get any VHSs, I might get them for, like, films that I really like. But I wouldn't be getting it to use. I'd be getting it just for display purposes, because realistically, they're huge. They are, like, way too big. and also, if I was going to get VHSs, I'd prefer to get them in the cardboard slipcases. They're not as good quality, but like the plastic ones were really shit. But yeah, anyway, I'm also reading chat very slowly. But yeah. 20 plus episodes were lost, yeah. Oh god. Yeah, the classic Who. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, classic Who, the first and the second Doctor. Yeah, they were lost in a fire. This is why preservation is important. But yeah, I'm so late. Mimi, you're fine. Mina, you're fine. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry that I haven't been checking chat. I've been very, like, I don't know. I'm being very focused on this conversation. Current special interest. Anyway, I thought you were about to call her Mimi. I do it with all three of them because they've all got M names. I did it with Maddie the other day. I called her Mimi, and then Mimi wasn't even there. Mina, I call Mimi all the time. Mimi, I call Mina all the time. It's like a whole cycle, and I'm so sorry, guys, but Jesus Christ, could you not have picked a different letter of the alphabet? Like, that's not me slagging you guys off. I love you all dearly, but like, when you're all in chat, I'm just like, oh my god, there's so many M's. And then I'm over here like the lonely one. It's like the 3 M's and the J, and I'm just like the Joker. Because I'm the only one without an M name. I'm so sorry. Soz came back. Welcome back. Yeah. I thought you had okay. Just checking on a feathery nose to give me. Yeah, can't stay myself. Got a guest coming. Ooh, fun. Wanted to say hi. Well, hi. I hope you are still here. I'm so sorry if you have left and I didn't read the chats. I'm sorry. No, I love you. No worries. Just yakking with Fan and Jasper. Let's go. Fair. Often when I'm gaming, I'll have a stream up in the background. Yeah, I play The Sims with something playing in the background usually, depending what I'm doing. I won't go into detail, but if you know, I've talked about it before. That's not to say I do anything bad. I'm just saying, like, I usually focus on what I'm doing in different games. It depends on the game or the content. I don't know. Anyway, in the internet, I'll still keep bopping you nicely with other VTubers. Thank you. Sad CX page don't deliver to the EU. Yeah, it's a weird one. I think there are shipping sites. Some people do. I think it's called drop shipping. I don't think so. You might be able to, like, I know with Japan, in most countries, Bai is an option where you get it shipped to the Bai warehouse and then they ship it to you. I wonder if there is something like that for other countries. I'm not 100% sure. It's a bit silly that they don't deliver to the EU because realistically, like, why not? I don't get why they wouldn't ship to the EU. Most, if not all, pretty sure all UK physical media, DVDs, this is me referring to, is Region 2, which is the EU version. So I don't see why they don't ship to the EU. Don't know. It might be an expense thing, but realistically, it's all coming through the Royal Mail. Like, I don't think they ship. I think it's the Royal Mail that they ship through. I've always got it through Royal Mail from them. I think once I got it through Every, but only once. I'm not really sure what that was about. It might just have been the area, but yeah. Yeah, it does suck. CEX is great. If you are in the UK, it is quite a good place to get physical media. I know some people don't like it, but yeah. It's so funny because you always go in there and you can always tell what movies are considered bad. To be honest though, I went in there a while ago and I found so many In Bruges like DVDs. Like there were fucking about 10 of them altogether. They were very cheap. I already had an In Bruges that I got in a charity shop for a lot less. But there were so many of them in there. And I remember saying to my friend who I was with at the time, I was like, why are there so many? And they're like, well, like, they don't sell, do they? And I'm like, this is crazy. Like, people are missing out on this film. Like, it's such a good film, right? If you haven't seen In Bruges, a bit of content warning, it is a bit graphic. And there is a lot of paraphernalia, substance abuse, and Is it called shock comedy? I can't remember the actual word for it. It's like that shock comedy where it's like, it's really horrific jokes, the sort of stuff that wouldn't fly in like traditional media, like Blackadder. Like, it's that sort of level of comedy where you wouldn't necessarily get away with it. But this film is quite recent. It's quite a famous cast. In Bruges is very good if you're into that kind of dark humor. If you're into dark humor and you're into graphic stuff, it's probably a good one. It's a comedy though. It's not a bad one. Net redeem drink dummy. Thank you. No, I will drink to that. I will get another drink though. I do recommend it. Ow. Can't get any drink. There you go. All for you, Net. Right. Only VHS I have is Phantom of the Opera. Not sure why. I've never seen that. I'm devastated because when I was a kid, my face feels so red right now. When I was a kid, I had loads of VHSs. Every time I went to a car boot sale, I'd get money for a VHS. I had so many Barbie movies on VHS. But the main film I had, and I will give a bit of a warning, it's not a suitable, like, it's back then it was like the comedy was considered acceptable in that it's the Aristocats. If you don't know the film, there is a bit in it that's maybe a bit controversial now. No, it is controversial now, but like back then no one thought anything of it. But I had that on VHS. It was probably it was my first ever purchase that I decided on my own, as I think there wasn't like Barbie or like princess related. And I really liked it. I watched it quite a few times. Don't miss VHSs so much. And I was devastated when my mum got rid of it. Didn't know. She just got rid of it one day. Obviously, at that point, we got DVD player. We didn't need the VHSs anymore. We also didn't have many VHSs because VHSs went out of production when I kind of came into the world, if that makes sense. Like, it was kind of being slowly, like, what's it called? Like, slowly phased out. That's the one. It was becoming phased out when I was born. So realistically, it was very rare to find them anyway. Realistically, me growing up, if it wasn't on VHS, I didn't have it. So a lot of the time, Disney was not readily available to me. And that's why, as an adult, I haven't seen a lot of Disney princess stuff, which I find really ironic because people meet me in person, and obviously I seem very, like I'd have a normal girly upbringing, and then I open my fucking mouth, and that's what I've been told, right? I think a lot of that is various things, but like one of the big things is that I never grew up girly. I very much had I like pink and bunnies and sweet things, and I want to do ballet. I very much had that as a kid because everyone else did. I wanted babies, I wanted to get married, but very quickly in my early years I did stop wanting that. But one of the things that I think I fantasized about with like seeing my peers was that they all got to watch like Disney princesses. I don't know if that's the right way to put that, but like they all got to watch Disney princesses as they grow up. You know, we go to parties and stuff. Someone would have like dolls of like Disney princesses. I didn't. I had Beauty and the Beast, and that was it. That was the only film. That was the only Disney princess film I'd ever seen. It's the only one that I owned at that age. So when every other kid in my class got like the Disney princess stuff, I didn't. I got stuff for it. I got like gifts that were Disney princess themed, but I never saw it. Same thing with like Hannah Montana and like High School Musical. Very much got gifted that growing up, despite the fact that I'd never seen it and had no context to it. So for me, like, if it wasn't on VHS, I didn't have it. Obviously, Disney princesses were available on VHS. They just weren't very easy to come by. The other thing was that them on DVD was expensive. I never got them, so I don't think we owned. I don't think we owned a DVD of the Disney princess films. We owned Cinderella 2. I watched that quite a few times. Ironically, have never seen Cinderella 1. This is a really sad story, but like I've never seen Cinderella 1. I've never seen The Little Mermaid. I've seen The Little Mermaid 2 though. I've never seen Pocahontas. What other Disney princesses are there? I saw Snow White, but I had to do that for a class project, so I've seen that. I've also seen Beauty and the Beast, obviously, and as I got older, Mulan was often on the TV, so I watched Mulan quite a bit growing up. I think that's it. We had Princess and the Frog, but this was Princess and the Frog was released when we were older and had more money. And obviously I had Frozen and Brave, but then after that I've not seen any movies after that because, you know, at this point I'm 23. So, and not that you're ever too old to enjoy media like that, it's just not something that I've ever gravitated towards, mostly because I didn't grow up with it. I never really had that experience. Beauty and the Beast was the closest I think I ever got to Disney princesses, and that and Ariel too. And not even the Ariel 2 that people are thinking of. Like, everyone's thinking of The Little Mermaid 2 where she has, like, a daughter, right? It wasn't even that. I don't know what it was. It was, like, they, like, had, like, a title sequence and there was, like, a film with it. But it was, like, a TV series. But, like, I was missing most of the TV series. I didn't understand. Not really sure what was going on with that. But, yeah. So, that's what I was talking about. I'm also not really reading chat again. I'm sorry. Look, on the right side, I know 3 Mimis, or 4 or so. Sorry, Mimi. Mimi came back, and Mina came in, and then I basically said that I get their names mixed up all the time. And now neither one of them's talking, and I feel so bad. Yeah. Anyway, no, I will drink to that, thank you, sorry. Don't know if I did. You'll find Sunny, the last person I sent you plays a lot of Sims 4. Ooh, fun. I think I told my old man I wanted to stay a bachelor when I was 14, so also observing my older brother's relationship. I'll send you fans details. She sends a lot of Disney stuff, but she's a puppet VTuber. No, don't want to scare you. You can send it if it's not media I can consume. Then much as fan, if you're for some reason watching this, I'm very sorry. It's nothing personal. I'm sure you're a lovely person. It's just a phobia. But I'm sure I'll be fine because I'm older now. The thing with me and Disney is I grew up, right? I watched Atlantis growing up. Very much never. I watched it, I think, last year. And it was the first time I'd ever watched it and understood what they were saying. I love that film. I still, as an adult, love that film. I watched that film when I was a kid. I had, like, the dolls from it. I had, like, literally, like, I had, like, the physical, like, toys from it. I had, like, the McDonald's toys from it. I had so much to do with that film series. Like, well, film. They had a second one. I found the collector's edition in a charity shop the other day. It was in really bad condition, so I didn't get it, but it was like the first time I'd ever seen it, and I was like, wow! I was like, this is amazing! That thing is worth so much money, but this thing was in really bad condition, so I just didn't get it, but like, it was such a shame because I was like so hyped about the fact that I'd seen it. But yeah, there are 2 of those films. I'm not gonna lie, if you aren't really a big fan of the, like, second movie flops, it's very much one of those, but it is quite good. Atlantis is very much, you don't have to be a kid to enjoy it. It's a lot older in terms of, like, its subject matter, so it's fine if you want to, like, not that you should worry about age limits with films and stuff, but I'm just saying, like, if you're into Disney but you're not so much into the more kid-friendly stuff, it's probably a better one to watch. It's quite good. I'll just say that. Treasure Planet, if you ever saw Treasure Planet as well, it's on the same lines as that, just a bit more, like, did not realize as a kid, by the way, I recommended, in, like, 2020, I recommended my friends all watch Atlantis, because none of them had seen it, because it was one of those weird, obscure, like, cult classic films. It wasn't considered a cult classic then. It was kind of, in recent years, that it's become a cult classic. So, with Atlantis, I recommended it to my friends, and they watched it, and then, like, oh yeah, my friend Seagull, who you see in chat sometimes, I recommended it to him. He watched it. He's like, that was great. I really like that. Like, Vinny was, like, one of his favorite characters. He's like, this is so cool. It's such a good movie. We should recommend it to our other friend. And I was like, yeah, by all means. He's like, I think he'd really enjoy it. It's about communism. I did not realize, right? I watched this film so many times. I know the script off by heart. Did not realize until I watched it in more recent years that I still knew the script off by heart, but I did, because I used to watch it. It was a special interest, so I used to watch it like at least 5 times a day for like a week straight. Not really sure why. I just did. I knew that script off by heart, and so did my poor rabbit, who I forced to watch it with me. But like, like, my friend was like, it's about, did you not realize they're communists? So I'm like, no, I watched that film so many times. I did not realize it's a communism film. Anyway, just a heads up, it is like, they're never forthcoming about that. It's not obvious, but like, apparently it is, like, I should have figured it was around that time, but like, felt like such an idiot, dude. But yeah. God damn it. Not yet. I need to get your permission to send her yours. Being comfy is important. You're more than welcome to send her mine. Just kind of be aware that, like, I'll follow probably, but like, I might not be able to consume the media, if that makes sense. When streamers be like without the theme behind movie, yeah, like straight up, I literally like. I love that film. I watched that as a kid. I grew up with that film. Like, that film was my special interest. Like, it is still my special interest. It's still my favorite film of all time. It's still my favorite film. Did not realize until I recommended it to my friend as, like, one of those obscure Disney films that it was about fucking communism, dude! I did not realize. So, just a heads up, it is one of the more graphic ones. I don't think it's, like, there is, like, portrayal of animated blood. It's obviously, like, that cell animation style, but it's, like, there is blood in it. People get beat up for no reason. It is a realistic... It's a Disney film. I love that, like... I love, like, when people say, like, Disney is, like... Oh, everyone hugs and kisses at the end. Very much they do that in this movie, but, like, it is graphic leading up to it. I wouldn't say it's graphic. It was definitely... The themes were not appropriate for me to watch at the age I watched it. I watched it at about 7 to 10 years old. I was obsessed with it during that time. Probably shouldn't have watched it, but also at the same time, the issue with it is that this goes back to for one, it goes to the thing of, like, my dad not really, not having very good ability to communicate with girls. And in that, I mean, like, he's got, by birth, this is fine, by the way, my sibling is fine with me saying this, but, like, he got 2 daughters, right? He got me and my sibling. So he got the 2 of us. It was really hard for him to navigate what girls are into. Birthdays, he always panicked, and he'd always end up buying us, like, Bratz dolls or Barbies. So when I got into, like, Monster High as an adult, or not an adult, when I was kind of growing up a bit in my, like, earlier teens, Monster High was very much a thing. Obviously, if you didn't know, I'm a huge goth, despite the fact that I don't consume any horror media. Monster High was a huge interest of mine. Pretty much went from Atlantis to Monster High. And that was, like, my growing up stage. But, like, I very much was not into the Disney princess stuff. I very much think I would have been as a kid, but I didn't have it. It was a weird one. I talked to my mum about it quite a lot, and she's like, yeah, we just didn't have it for some reason. I'm like, I don't think we could afford it. I think even as a kid, I knew we couldn't afford it. We are not poor, by the way. I'd like to say, like, we've always had, like, we've been a working class family. Like, my parents have both worked their entire lives. I, now as an adult, have worked my adult life. My sibling who's in university works. We all work, so it's honest living wage, right? But it was a 4-person household kind of thing, so it's like we scrimped and saved where we could, and if that meant that all my physical media growing up came from VHS from car boot sales, that's what I had. I don't mind buying secondhand. I think it's good. I'm very conscious of that. I know so many people, right? I'm an adult, right? I have a job. I go to work with people. I know, like, quite a few people in my workplace that will not step foot in a charity shop. They will not touch secondhand clothing, regardless of whether or not it's got the tag still on it. They won't touch it. They also don't have any physical media. It's, like, not a thing. And I'm just, like, baffled by it. I'm like, we all earn the same. And I would still buy things secondhand over buying new. I buy secondhand where I can. Not just because good for the environment, but also because cheaper. Graphic. I watched Watership Down as a kid. It started off a cute little bunny movie, proceeds to get dark as hell. Yeah, I've been advised never to watch that, and sure enough, I haven't. This is a conversation as well I was having today, in that Pulp Fiction gave me, I think I was talking about this earlier, Pulp Fiction caused me to not sleep for a week. Which is, like, there is context to that story. Obviously, if you've seen it, you'll know. I'm not going to explain it to you because I don't want to. If you don't know, you can look it up on Does the Dog Die if you're really curious and you haven't seen it, but it will spoil it for you, just a heads up. There is, like, obviously that scene in it. I've been recommended so many films to not ever watch, one of them being Shawshank Redemption, which means that, obviously, I'm missing out on some classic media. Another one I've obviously also been recommended to never watch is The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I don't know much about the plots of these stories, nor do I really care to, because I'll never be able to watch them, which is a shame. But I've been talking with my friend Paul about watching Silence of the Lambs. I know that's not related to, like, the horrible imagery, but Silence of the Lambs is another one I've been, like, it's been hit or miss whether I should watch it or not, and some people have debated recommending it to me. This is a real thing, like, people do this. People have debated whether or not it's something I could consume in terms of media. I would like to watch it for the pure fact that, obviously, Anthony Hopkins, but, like, also, like, just because it's considered one of, like, those high-grossing films, right? It's one of those, like, classics that you kind of need to watch, which means that the scene I've been advised against means that I can't watch it on my own, which means I need to be told when it happens. Realistically, I love the Cornetto trilogy, right? Shaun of the Dead, though, there's that scene where, I can't remember his name, the, like, really stuck up, like, nerd guy, I don't remember his name, asshole, right? He gets, like, absolutely, sorry, this is gonna spoil it, he gets absolutely shredded, right? Never seen that. I've literally watched that film so many times. I've never seen that bit, because every time it's, like, leading up to it, I know when it's coming. Every time it's leading up to it, I close my eyes. I've listened to it, but, like, I usually skip it or, like, don't look at it. So fun. But yeah, so there's a couple, like, there's a couple that I wouldn't watch. Yeah. That's why as a kid I'd just say in a squeaky voice, just give me money for my birthday. Why? Speaking of which, 8 days away. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Happy birthday for 8 days. I will try to remember. 6 people household as a kid. Yeah, we all chipped in to make things work. Yeah, like, I didn't work as a kid, but pocket money wasn't something I got until my dad got a wage increase. And it was only like £1 a week, which to some families was quite a bit. It went up as I got older, obviously, because, you know, You turn 16, £1 a week is not gonna do anything. It's like, yeah, thanks. My mum started giving me money at that point from like the child tax credit. She got some money, and obviously I was in college. I needed money to like get food and stuff and get on the bus. So she gave me the money from that to get that stuff. But oftentimes I would save it, try and save £10 by the end of the week, right? And I'd do one or two things. I'd either get on a train to go and see my boyfriend, who I went to college with at the time. He's not my boyfriend anymore. He's also a dick. But anyway, I used to get on the train to go and see him. And if I didn't, I still had that money left over. If I managed to make it last to the following week, I'd go into college, and I'd go into the local bookshop, and I'd get a manga. And that's why I own most of the Death Note books, because I got them all in with the money that I saved from not going to see my boyfriend. I did try to go see my boyfriend. He was just a dick, so he oftentimes wouldn't let me wouldn't let me go and see him. Heck, some of my books are third or fourth hand. I don't know how many hands a lot of my books have passed. I tend to try and buy books in somewhat decent condition, but like a lot of the time it's just like, if I want to read it, I don't care. Yeah, don't watch Ship Down. The overall story will make you really sad without the nasty bits. Yeah, I don't really like have any interest in that. The Velveteen Rabbit was that's quite an obscure film. I don't think many people know about it, but Velveteen Rabbit was basically this it was half animated, half live action. It was like a film about this like stuffed rabbit that was like a gift. It was very special to this kid. Literally, right? Horrible. Kid gets scarlet fever, and at that time, kid gets scarlet fever, they burn everything that they've been in contact with. Obviously, the stuffy is like a festering pool of like literally, I started crying when there was even an inkling that they were gonna start burning the stuffies, and I got really sad when my mom turned it off, and I've never seen it since. Another one like that is The Last Mimsy. I don't think anything particularly bad happens in The Last Mimsy. I just didn't like the scene where they basically like operate on the stuffy. I don't like that. It's just like too much. So I've not seen that since. It's so weird. The amount of like, one thing my parents learned very quickly was never get me a film about cuddly rabbit toys, because something usually horrible happened to those stuffies. It's just terrible, and it upset me. I won't even eat like those Lindor like chocolate rabbits, right? You know those? I don't even eat those at Easter. If I get given them, I have to hold on to them until I can pass them on to someone, which I don't like doing either. As a kid, I would literally just hide them under my bed. I like did not like, no, they didn't melt, but like I just didn't like the idea of them being eaten. Yes, I'm very aware that rabbit meat is like a thing. But yeah, this time next week, fun. £1 a week back in my day, £1 a day funded my smoking habit. I asked Paul lunch money. I enjoyed you. Yeah, like I was not in that crowd as a kid, and I also wasn't in that generation. I'm a lot younger than that. I'm in that weird generation with the, maybe I should talk about this. I think this is a good time to kind of mention this. I was in that vaping crowd in more recent years. I actually gave up smoking a few weeks ago, and officially today was my last patch, so I'm off nicotine, which is not something I've admitted on the internet. It's not something I wanted to kind of mention at the time. It was a very short-term thing. I did not do it when I started streaming. It kind of happened during that time. Obviously the year was rough, everyone knows that. Habits were made that were not so great, and realistically I probably would have continued doing it had like the law not changed recently, and also because I started getting like a cough, and it was not great, and it wasn't shifting, and so I stopped doing it. You'll notice as well I still cough quite a bit. I don't know what's causing that. I think there's like because I work in a dusty warehouse at the minute. I think that's what that's caused by, because it's a dry cough. But like before, when I was coughing really bad, it was linked to that. Congrats, thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to talk about it because it's like it's not a great thing to admit on the internet, but like I just thought it was contextually important because today was the day that I finished like treatment. I've got like I've got another stage I can go through if I'm really struggling in the week off, but I think I should be alright. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I was spending too much money. That was the main thing, was that on top of it costing me money, I also want to move. I just was like, it's a habit that I'm not like I'm not dependent on. Obviously an addiction, clearly, but like I'm not dependent on it in the sense of like I wouldn't give it up for moving. And something they always ask you when you're applying for a mortgage is there any kind of luxuries that you wouldn't be willing to give up? And it's like, because they put that into your expense tracker, usually you would say either a hobby or a substance that you wouldn't give up, like smoking. And I was not going to go down that path. So for me, it was like, that was part of the reason I stopped. And there's a lot of reasons, but like the main thing is it was just costing me too much money. I didn't really have a limit with it. I just did it when I felt like it, which meant that obviously it's like an increased thing. It kind of added up quite a lot, which meant that I was going through probably like an elf bar a day, which is not cheap. If you didn't know, they are about £6 in the UK, which is a lot of money. Over a week, that adds up to about £40. £40 a week I was spending. That's like 120 odd pounds a month. It's too much money. Yes, I could afford it. I have disposable income. It's not necessarily a good thing. They always say like, yeah, it's just not great. Anyway, I will stop talking about it, but I just thought it was worth mentioning. Yeah. Sorry, I was not. Yeah, it's like in context, like, yeah, I didn't have like this environment to start smoking, but I did it anyway. But yeah, I will stop talking about it now. It did help at the time. I just don't think that it's. I'm not promoting it in any way. Oh god, you made me think of Drop Dead Fred. Rickman, fully aware I'm ancient, lovely. Sorry. The weather humidity is not helping. Yeah, it's like it's alright down here, but it's like, yeah. Richard Pryor be like, you can't get hooked on this. I have friends that have been on this for 40 years that say they're not hooked. Yeah, it was getting to that point with me. I was like, I can give up at any time, and then I just found that I wasn't, and it's like it kind of started to come to that push to shove moment. Obviously I was very aware that regardless of if I continued doing it, I had a time limit on it, because disposables in the UK are becoming illegal in June, I think. So realistically, it was going to be a case of either I switched over to a reusable one. Keep in mind I recycled them, I didn't just throw them in the bin, but like it was either I switch over to a reusable one or I give up. And at the time, I was like, I'll just go onto a reusable one. I can give up at any point. It started getting to that point where I was like, can I? Can I really? The big stress was always on like this day of the week when I was like, I had to plan my week around like, I need to be careful because obviously I've not got a trigger warning with this, but like I was starting to plan my life around when I could next go to the shops and stuff, and I was like, I need to like be able to have enough to last me. That was the level it was getting to. It's a rough one. It's a rough one. I will be honest, you don't ever think it's gonna happen to you, and you start doing things and you're like, I can give up at any time, and it's like, okay, bet. Realistically, it's like, if you can give up at any time, bet. And sure enough, I did try and give up originally. I got ill a few months ago, And I was giving up then because I wasn't able to do it, and I wasn't able to go to the shops. I gave up during that time, but it was more cutting down, and then the people around me at the time were not very encouraging of the fact that they didn't think I was going to do it, and in the end I just was like, fuck it, like, they're right, like, I don't really want to stop. And then this time I just was like, I'm gonna stop, and I'm not gonna tell anyone I'm stopping because I don't really want them to be like, I don't think you're gonna. So sure enough, I started the process and I was fine. For me personally, I don't know if I should talk about it. I didn't do the patches, I didn't do the gum. I had the gum, I didn't use it. I still got the gum somewhere, and it's a lot less than what I was taking recently. But like, I was using the like oral pouches, and I was using those and just like cutting back the dosage, as in like you can get lesser and lesser in strength in them, and I just would go through one and then I would go on to like a lesser one, and that's how I gave up. I will probably talk more about this in a following stream, just because I'm very aware of the fact that it's something I do want to talk about. Mina, I will say as well, Mina did know. Mina and I had conversations. I think I spoke last Monday, not this most recent Monday, the Monday before last. I did speak on that, and I said in there that, oh, Mina, just by the way, I am stopping that thing that we talked about. And I don't think Mina's here right now, but yes, I very much did stop that thing. But that was what I was referring to, was that I was giving up vaping. But yeah. Yeah, it's a rough one. You don't think it'll ever happen to you. This sounds like I'm taking like hard classes. I'm not. But yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah, do you know how hard it is to recycle those things? I have one shop near me that recycles them, like officially. Like some of them have like pots that you can put them in, but there's only one near me that will take the ones that I was using as recycling. So literally it's the only place. Shout out to B&M for being like environmentally friendly, by the way. They were the only place that I could recycle them. Yeah. First time I quit smoking, I started using a pipe tobacco to roll with for a week. The cough gave me the hint. Oh, yeah, the cough was what was giving me the hint, but like, because literally when I started on the oral things, it was so easy to cut down. And that was great. Mostly because oftentimes I wasn't taking them regularly. With vaping, I was on very much time schedule with it, so like it wasn't ever causing me problems. Didn't have such a headache when I gave up this time either, because like the first time I gave up, I had a fucking terrible headache, which is why I did it while I wasn't well, because I was like, realistically, I can't feel any worse than I do right now. And I was right, but like it was like, it just meant that I felt worse for longer. And yeah, it just didn't really work out. And then the next time I got ill, I just kept going through it, and I was like, fuck it, I have enough, I'm not going to worry about it. And then the cough set in shortly after that, probably because I was already struggling with a cold. Or no, I was struggling with the flu. I was already struggling with the flu, and I was, smoking on top of that. It was like, it was not a good combination, and to be honest, I deserved the side effects, but the side effects were nasty, and I was like, I think it lasted like 2 weeks before I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna make it to June. I'd already decided at that point I was not gonna continue after June. I was gonna give up, but I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna make it to June. But also I was getting concerned that I wasn't going to be able to tell if the long-standing cough was a sign of something else, and I needed to stop just to see if it would go away. And sure enough, it did go away. Obviously, I've got a dry cough at the minute, but that's unrelated, as far as I'm aware. I don't know. Yeah, second time cancer scared me into quitting. Oh my god. I'm sorry, my dude. The ladies I live with have since stressed me into starting again. There were reasons why I started. And trigger warning, I will talk about depression here. Like, obviously, as many of you know, last year was not the greatest for me. Obviously, I started off the year losing my bird, and then the year was alright for a bit. And then things just kept falling apart. Obviously, I was not allowed to talk to my friends during this time, be... Have I talked about that? No, I don't think I have. This is a conversation that we will be having more so when I actually come out with everything that happened. And I will do that eventually. But, like, one of the big things with that was that at the time I wasn't allowed to talk to my friends. I was banned. There were reasons to that, and I will discuss those, and they were terrible. But the short is that, you know, it was like, I wasn't allowed to talk to them. At the time, they had all gone to, they all knew when our mutual friend had died, and I didn't find out until several months later when I fell out with the people causing this issue, which is my ex-partner. I fell out with all them over this. I was not allowed once again to speak to anyone, and I was complaining to our other mutual friend about it, and she was saying, like, I haven't seen any of them since the funeral. I was like, what funeral? And she was like, oh yeah, did you know this person? Like, we went to the funeral. And I was like, I did know that person quite well, actually. I didn't know they died. And this is like a longer story that needs a lot of context, so if you're horrified as I was at the time, it's about as bad as it sounds, but like there is context that further makes it worse. There is a worse side to it, but like save it for the mainstream about this. I'm gonna be honest, there is not gonna be a mainstream about it. I want there to be, I really do, but the issue is I have to do this in a way that isn't, because realistically, the only reason I'm talking about this is just to give an explanation to my community who were concerned for me during the time, and I feel like I owe that to you. Everyone said that obviously I don't owe it to you. I'm very aware that I don't, but I personally want to give that to my community. The issue with that whole situation is that it's a very long-winded issue that kind of needs abbreviating, and not in the sense of like I need to shorten it down. I've had to abbreviate it talking about it actually physically online, but realistically I don't think it's a good idea if I talk about it on Twitch directly. It's important to me to kind of make my community aware, but at the same time, these are real people, and I don't want to slag someone off on the internet basically without them being able to defend themselves, so I'm gonna do it like privately to people that realistically are going to hear about it, and they're not going to make a fuss about it. If I do it on Twitch and for some reason the algorithm pushes me out at that point, it will cause a long stretch of issues that will probably end in a legal battle, which I'm not ideally like prepared for. I would like to say I don't think I'm an angel in this situation, but at the same time, it is definitely, I'm a victim in this, and it sucks. But, like, I don't want to feel like a victim, and that's why I'm taking this into my hands, because it's gone too far now, and I need to talk about it because I need the situation to drop, and I need to be left alone about it. And realistically, like, I constantly keep complaining about it, and then I get more and more frustrated because I can't talk about it. And I'm like, you know what? I can talk about it. I am allowed to complain about this, but it is one of those, it needs to be planned before I talk about it, so I'm not missing stuff. I'm not rush mislabeling stuff. That everything I put down is fact with as many timestamps as evidence as I can get, as to not mislead people, but also because I don't want, if there is a follow-up to this, for there to be too many like cross-hatching issues, too many false informations. Like, I don't want, if this person decides to do a follow-up, which they are more than welcome to do, they probably won't though, if they want to follow up with this, that they can't deny what I've said, basically, and that you guys know that what I've said is accurate from my perspective of it. And that's what I need to do, is that I need to prepare this, and I will. It is probably, when am I going to talk about it? Realistically, I'm probably going to talk about it next week. I'm not going to say now whether or not I am or not. It needs to be kind of said when there's more people around, because I need to let everyone know kind of leading up to it. Like, I'll probably make an announcement next week about when it's going to happen. And obviously, I fully understand that not everyone's going to want to come and join a Discord call. no one has to speak during it. It's not going to be one of those calls. It's just going to be me rambling with like a screen share. But like this is the context to it, and I think that it is important to talk about because people are curious. It's like very much a tea spill moment, but at the same time, like it is my real life, but also it's consistently done. And I want to stress this, like if you are one of the people involved in this, you have to understand this has done so much damage to my like day-to-day life. I can't interact with people. I've lost the ability to talk to my friends. I've been left out of things that really hurt to be let out of, and realistically I have every right to complain, and I've kept very quiet about it. So realistically this is going to be my one I'm not happy about this, and then it's going to be the end of it, because realistically, I don't think my friends will want to associate with me after I talk about this. So it's important. I want to stress as well, these are still my friends, and they will probably remain my friends afterwards. I think I'm being dramatic. They might not. I don't mind if they don't. Like, I will miss you all dearly, but for what I've been told from people who are more in the eye of the storm, because I'm not, despite the fact that it's about me, I'm not in the eye of the storm. From people that are more in the eye of the storm with this, from what I've heard, the general consensus is nobody's happy about what's going on, and I need to kind of address that side of it. So if you are not going to be there, just be aware that anyone involved in this situation, if they ever get like publicly brought up in this, I would hope not by me. I'm going to try and avoid that. I'm going to find a way to avoid that. But if they do come publicly out about this, to respect them, because everyone's entitled to their own opinion in this. Some people, even like when I talk about this on stream, on the Discord stream, I think some people are going to disagree with my handling of this situation. I think that that's everyone's opinion and right, but realistically this is just me complaining and giving context to the community who've literally watched my mental health deteriorate. But part of me preparing to talk about this was me giving up smoking. I needed that to kind of be over and done with, because I didn't want to come in and be like, this has caused me to start smoking, and then not have a follow-up. I think it was important for me to kind of say, this caused me to do this, this, and this, which is unhealthy, and I am not doing it anymore. So that was what I was doing. But yeah. Sorry, I'm not... Sorry. Dry cough. I don't drink enough, that's part of the reason. I get bronchitis most winters smoking compound that cough. God damn it. Feels bad, man. I hope that gets better for you. I'll save it for the mainstream about this, yeah. Yeah, that's Swansea. It's a pretty shitty situation. Better than safe than sorry regardless. Yeah, communication is important. They did the dirty by the sounds. It's not so much done the dirty. It's someone trying to do the best for themselves, but inevitably they've literally hurt everyone around them, and they've completely basically like given no regard to me, and they don't have to. And that's what I need to talk about, is that I know the reason why this person has done this. I have had it explained to me, and several people have, and realistically me talking about it is not going to help that situation. There's a lot of mental health involved, obviously, but realistically this is being done with absolute no regard to my mental health either. And realistically it's a shock that I haven't reacted about this so far. It's just recent events. The one thing I was worried about happening has happened, and that's why I've decided now is the time to speak about it, because I'm done, essentially. I know I keep getting dramatic about this, but I'm done. I'm like, you know what? Anything that happens from this point on does not matter to me, because realistically, I know that the people that matter in this are gonna still continue to communicate with me after this. And if they don't, I understand. And realistically, I'm not gonna be... Realistically, if these people no longer want to speak to me, I'm not going to be missing out. I will miss them terribly, and I love you all dearly, but realistically, I have not heard from you guys in like 2 years because of this situation. So like, if you do decide that it's no more for me, I understand, but at the same time, like, it's not going to be as upsetting as you think. I will still cry quite a lot, but I'll get over it. Which sucks. That's not to say I want them to give up on me. Obviously, I would like to sort this out, but I think it's kind of got to that point where nothing's going to get better. So, yeah. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this kind of conversation. I think it would be smart to record it. Just for kind of back kind of reference. Probably won't ever upload it though, but it might be one of those things that kind of maybe, I don't know. I don't really want to, I don't think I will upload it, but if this gets any worse than it has, which I really doubt it will, I don't think it can get any worse, but if it does get worse, it'd be nice to have something to fall back on and kind of reference if I then have to go very public with this, which I don't think I will. But can you drag people that are not in your Discord into that? I don't think so. Why? Why do you ask? I don't think you can drag people from one server to another. Get out of your system. To be blunt, opinions are like bungholes. Everyone has one. Have your say. We won't judge. I will not judge if people do have opinions about it. I just want everyone to be aware that this is just how I'm reacting to it, and that's just the end of. I've made one person who kind of is kind of a key part of this story very aware of the fact that I will be talking about this. They cannot, they can't really. They've got the ability to deny accountability, but they were made aware. So realistically, like, it's not going to be a shock if I talk about this. Realistically, I wonder if these people are scared about me talking about this because I have a public platform. I'm not famous in any way, shape, or form, but I have enough of a voice that I know that you guys would defend me in this situation. I don't expect you to. But realistically, like, I'm not in a position where I'm just gonna have to sit and deal with this anymore. I was trying very hard to sit and deal with it, and it affected my streams massively, and people messaged me because they were concerned, and I think that I owe those people an apology and a explanation, and that's why I'm doing this. I got your back. Thanks, Nat. I appreciate it. No offense, if a friend passed away and people didn't let me know, I'd be furious, and as you know, I'm normally pretty chill. I was absolutely distraught, but at the time, like I said, there wasn't anything I could do about it. Again, this is the context that will have to be revealed in the later chat about it. But, like, my friends were not aware that I wasn't aware. They didn't know that I wasn't in the know, because I was still available to them. A lot of this happened through Discord. I was still available to them. I just wasn't allowed to talk to them. So realistically, if they were all in a call talking about this, I didn't know. I wasn't to know. And that's the problem, and that's why I need to talk about it. And they're very aware that this happened. I have spoken to them about it since. I've kind of said, when this person passed, I wasn't made aware, which sucks because obviously, like, this is someone that's passed, and I don't want to victimize myself because they did not pass in a nice way, and it is not me trying to victimize myself, but at the same time, like, because of this situation was already bad, and the context to this is very bad, and by not being let know, it's terrible, and it's like, I didn't know. And I wasn't allowed to talk to these people. Finding out the, like, time frame in which this happened and everyone found out was devastating, because I was like, that's why no one told me. And then it's like, it became a blame game, because had I joined one call, I would have known. So that's where that comes in. But yeah, it's like, I was not happy, but I couldn't talk to anyone about it. Sounds a lot like my lot family past the point of no return. Yeah, defo recorded for your sake at least. Yeah, and that's what I want to say is like I will understand if people don't want to join the call. You don't have to talk in the call. It's the more people kind of in the community that witness this kind of conversation, the better, because I feel like there's going to be, once I talk about it, there's going to be kind of things kind of indicated to it, but I will probably never directly talk about it on stream in detail as I will in this call. Just checking, offering to be a fly on the wall. You're in my server. I'm in your group, but I wanted to check there would not be a third party. It's gonna be like, it's just gonna be a Discord call on the server, on my server, in which everyone in chat is invited to. I need to be careful because obviously someone involved in this is on my server, and I need to kind of be aware of that, and I need to kind of let them know that if the conversation happens, I would prefer if they didn't partake in it, just because I want to protect their identity in this. But yeah, yeah, we guns. Hello, Nick. Welcome. I am gonna end this stream soon, by the way. I'm just like getting the rant off my chest. Yeah, we're gonna need more context, not now, but we love you and we're on your side. Thank you. It's not really a side thing. These are people that no one knows about. These are people that don't have any impact on my streams. But realistically, like, I wanna talk about this partially because I owe you guys an explanation, but also because I don't want this to start affecting my streams. It's already started affecting my streams with my mental health being in decay and me having to take time off about all this. Realistically, I don't want this to go where people start getting involved publicly, and that's what I worry about, and I need to kind of get the facts from my end out before I'm wiped off the face of the planet by this. Not that I should be, because very much I am not at fault in this situation. I'm aware of that. Most people involved are aware of that. I've done nothing. The problem is, guys, I exist. Get this. I exist. And it's a problem. That's not me trying to be depressive. I'm not saying I shouldn't exist. I'm just saying, like, realistically, the only reason this has become a problem is because I exist. And I exist in a space that someone else exists. And this person does not wish I exist in this place. If that makes sense. Happy to stand witness, even though I'll be sitting. Well, everyone will be there. It's like not. I'm not going into a call with these people, if that makes sense. But I would like people to come in and just witness me talking about this, because I will not make a detailed explanation of this today. It will be referred to, but in parts. So that's the thing. Am I on time for joining a possible raid happening soon? Yes, I believe so, if that's alright. I'm probably gonna raid. I'm not sure who I'm raiding. I will look in a second. Even so, it has an effect on you. Yeah, and I think the explanation will very much victimize me, and I'm not so sure I'm keen on that, because I feel like I should be taking accountability for something I've done, but realistically, I haven't done anything, and I'm, like, not trying to exaggerate with that. I genuinely haven't done anything. I've done exactly what's been asked of me, and that has caused me more problems than good, and I'm sick of it, and so realistically, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to do exactly what you want, and I'm going to literally not stand up for myself anymore, and I'm going to do it once, and then I'm going to leave, and that's going to be the end of it. But yeah. I'm me. I'm not about to go headhunting, internally annoyed maybe. Yeah, it's not really a situation that anyone can go headhunting over. These people aren't part of the internet space. And that's what I have to be careful about. But, like, they're not, like, it's not people that are going to be harassed if I talk about this, because I'm not going to be using names and no one knows. Like, you can't, it's not people that can be spoken to. So that's just the truth of it. I have no clue what's happening, but I'll happily buy some armor and sword to join the crusade. Yeah, it's talking about the situation last year that we talked about last stream. that we've talked about briefly. Like, I'm at that point where I am probably going to, at some point next week, announce when we're gonna have that talk. If that's alright. But obviously everyone's like, no one has to join or anything. I would like people to join. You won't have to say anything. You are more than welcome to say mute, and not say anything and just lurk in the call. I'm not going to be taking numbers about how many people are in there. I'm just going to start talking about it, and that's going to be the end of it. But I think I need to kind of make everyone aware of the facts from my end, and that be the end of it. And realistically, I trust you guys to know that this is my experience with it. This is going to be me talking about my experience. I don't know everything going on behind the scenes about it, because I'm not, despite the fact that it's about me, I'm not in the eye of the storm, like, at all. Like, I don't know anything about what goes on during things I'm not included in. I just, you know, the wedding was kind of the end point for me. I'm a bit tired. So, that's the context. But yeah, sorry as well, I want to say, sorry for not only rambling for about 2 hours straight about movies, this drama, and my problems. I'm very sorry. I also want to apologize very badly if you've heard some clicking in the background. I got a new fidget toy. I am physically obsessed with it. It is probably the noisiest fidget toy I own. I am awaiting a quieter one. But yeah, it's one of those card ones. If anyone's curious, it's one of those ones where it's like it's supposed to be 2 card like decks, and you slide it and it sounds like a lighter, and then magnetically held to the other. I actually really am not so keen on it. It's not very well. It's very nice quality. It's quite heavy. It's not very easy to slide in my small womanly fingers. But also, it's only held together by magnets, which means that constantly it slips out of my grasp and then pinches my skin. And not hard, but it hurts. Oh. Why is viewers being... Oh. Sorry, yeah. So, it's... The reason viewers is blocked, I have not changed that. Viewers is blocked in my chat to prevent people from... It was put in place to prevent bots coming in. I did warn people about that, but I obviously didn't warn people it was still active. It was to prevent bots coming in and saying you can buy viewers and just spamming my chat with that, because they were doing that and I wasn't seeing it, despite the fact that the links weren't available. Sorry. The bot stuff. Yeah, it was from, it's a relic from that time. I have actually not had to use it since, but yeah. Mimi is live. Yeah, I will probably be raiding Mimi because I raided Mina last week, I think. I walked 46 miles in one sitting. Lol, I'm not that zealous anymore. Jeez. I have no clue what happened last stream. All I know was I was around when the internets went down. Yeah, the internet, I did explain at the beginning of stream what happened. The VODs will go up next week. For a bit of context for anyone, Monday our stream went down because my internet card fell out the socket, because all the stuffies that are on my bed fall down onto my Wi-Fi chip and had loosened it to the point that it was coming out. There's mold in my computer as well, which might be a contributing factor. I have cleaned it, but like I did not realize how much mold was in my computer. It's not much, but like I didn't realize there was any in there, so that was great to find out. Good thing I caught that before it spread. But the other thing with that is that it was just the chip. It was not, like, I thought it was the antennae. I said on chat that it was the antennae. Yesterday, found out it wasn't just the antenna. Yes, it was a big part of it, but the actual chip itself had kind of slipped out of the motherboard, which I'm surprised I didn't start house fire with that. But yeah, it was not in properly, so that's what was going on with that. It's fine now. I think I've had like 1% of dropped frames today, so I'm good, which is no more than usual. But yeah. Yeah, you can only tell your side of the story and its effects. Yeah, and that's what I'm gonna do. I will talk about what I know of the other side of it, but Yeah. The conversation is literally just to kind of explain to chatters why I've been so distant and upset recently. Just be yourself pretty said enough times. I'm here for the stream and not what you're doing. Thank you. Oh, I did hear you talk about the fidget toy, and I did say you should use it if it helps you out and fuck us with the viewers. Yeah. And I have been trying to do that today, but it's been a problem. I have two. I've got this clicky one. I've got about 2 fidget spinners, but the only one I've got currently on me is like a Captain America shield one that I got in a charity shop, in fact. And it's not very good. But it feels good, but it's like not, it's silent. But it's not easy to use. This clicking one is great, but it's so loud and it pinches. And then I've also got this like plastic paint palette one that is my absolute favorite, but it's very loud. It is also going a bit duff because of how much I use it, and I've not had it very long. So that's my current thing. I'm awaiting another one that's coming, and I might get a different one to this card variation. There's another one I found. I'm wondering if that one would be easier to use. It really does not like it. It goes up so red. Oh. As you know, Nick's one of Mina's admins. They're tired of VODs. Yeah, I got you. Pop the casting Hoover out every few months. Do not put a Hoover in your computer. That's very bad for them. Random joke. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. I can't Hoover my computer. I can't dust my computer. I mean, a lot of the time it's not in a place that I can easily access. So I had to dust it out recently. I had to dust it out yesterday, and that was when I noticed the mold at the top of the case. It wasn't touching any of the components, but it was starting to grow, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on that now. But then also, and that's just based on the temperature of my room. There's been mold spores growing recently. They're actually not... They've gone down, weirdly. Anyway, I'm noticing problems. Anyway, I talked about it at the beginning of the stream. The point being is just that I will keep an eye on the computer, but realistically, like, we'll probably get a new one kind of soon. Obviously, I got my insurance payout coming up soon, so we'll see. But yeah, some people are like the old Slinky toys, really good for nothing, but still make you smile when you push them down a flight of stairs. Let's fucking go. Wish we could do that to people. Anyway, I'm gonna end stream there, and I'm gonna raid Mimi. So yeah, thank you very much for sitting and listening to my rant. Obviously, like I said, I will find a time. I will have to write a script, basically, of like what I'm gonna talk about in terms of this situation. It is something I need to address, if only for the fact to give you context and help you understand what I'm referring to. It is not gonna be done to send anyone after anyone. Obviously, I'm very not happy about what people have done in this situation. These people kind of, I don't want to say deserve what is coming to them, but, you know, karma has a funny way of working. I do understand the reason why this has happened, but at the same time, like, I should not have been involved in this. And it sucks that I was. And so I have every right to talk about this because it has affected my life. And realistically, that's why I need to talk about it, because the thing it's affecting the most is my streams, as well as my home life. But that is unrelated to you guys. And I can only fix that side of it on here. I can't really fix what it does to me outside of the internet. Well, I can, but it's like, you know what I mean? It's like it's a different method, if that makes sense. It's like I gotta do kind of this before I can start focusing on my out of life issues with it, because it takes up too much real estate in my brain. But yeah, we will talk about it. I will come up with a time and a place and a basic rundown of how I plan to talk about it. What likely will happen is I have to do it in a very particular way. Yeah, I'm not really sure how I'm gonna manage that. I need to be careful. But yeah, I need to kind of write down the timeline, write down name abbreviations, because obviously I'm not going to be using people's real names because that's not nice. But I also need to kind of get as much evidence from my end just in case this does go south, and then I've got like receipts. Which no, I might show in the stream for context, but likely it will, one, be names blurred, obviously, but then also for the most part it will just be used for just personal protection. But yes, I have receipts, I think. Most of it was calls. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. Thank you very much for all your support the last like few months. Obviously, I wouldn't have been able to do what I've done today without you, and I really do appreciate that. For anyone watching, yeah, I will probably talk about that again, but I will do it with a bit more of a warning. So I apologize to anyone that's had to switch off because of that conversation. But yes, thank you very much for joining me in my rambles and my long talk. I will be back on Monday for some more Stardew Valley. Yeah, sorry. We'll probably talk less about movies then. But yeah, we'll be back on Monday for the more Stardew Valley. I'm not sure what's happening next week, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to put in chat now to read. And I will activate it when I end stream. Okay. Thank you very much for joining me today, and I love you all very dearly. It's been very nice to see some of you in chat. Thank you.